First of all, my name is Gerard Robinson. I am a resident fellow at the American Enterprise Institute in Department of Education Policy Studies. For those of you who are here at AEI for the first time, welcome to our very wonderful and lovely building. For those of you who have joined us before, welcome back. I'm so excited today to have a conversation with a number of people about prison education, reform, and reentry, a subject that is part of the national dialogue, but it's felt by millions of families in every state and every county across the country. What began nearly 2 years ago as an internal conversation at AEI and then co-hosting an event with the University of Baltimore, Dr. Andrea Cantora, who you will hear from later, evolved into a conversation which is now going to lead to a book and is taking a look at prison education and reentry. For those of you who are watching online, I want to say welcome to you as well. Behind me is a very nice looking screen slide. Education for Liberation, the politics of promise and reform inside and beyond America's prisons. That's the topic today. For over 230 years, we have raised a number of questions about the role of prisons in a democratic society. Is it for punishment? Is it for human improvement, or a combination thereof? Well, today we're going to have a conversation with a number of book authors, chapters in our book, who are going to discuss this great work. For those of you who are watching online and who are here, we have a landing page, and the landing page is aei.org /education for liberation. Again, that's aei.org/education for liberation. That landing page is not only where you can find snippets of the chapters from the authors we have here today, but also you're going to find articles that relate to a broader project that we have here at AEI on human dignity, but it's really helping to close the dignity divide. Arthur Brooks, our president, has spoken a great deal about the importance of using human dignity as a phrase to discuss a number of things. And for us who are dealing with reentry and with prison education, trying to close the dignity divide is important. So on that page, you will find the work from AEI scholars as well as those who are affiliated with us as well. Today, we have a conference that will basically start right now from 9:30. It will end at 2:30. We have 4 panels. One, the case to make prison education, and I will introduce my colleague who will introduce the speakers. Programs and politics, life on the inside, and reentry and reducing recidivism. For those of you who have your cell phone, take a quick look to make sure you have your ringer off, to put it on silent, because that will help us out. For those of you who are watching live stream, hashtag is pound reentry at AEI. Please send us questions to the moderator. We will have an opportunity to raise some of those questions as well. For those of you who want to know more and could not watch, once this event is over, within 24 hours, it will be available on our webpage. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Elizabeth English to the panel. She is the manager of external affairs for the Human Dignity Project, and Elizabeth is also my co-editor in this work and someone who's doing a great deal of work to bring this subject to light. So with that, I'll turn it over to Elizabeth.
Thank you, Gerard, and I'd like to invite our panelists up for this first panel here, which I think is going to really nicely kick off the day for us. So as Gerard mentioned, the first panel here is called The Case for Prison Education. For this discussion, we have with us 3 experts in the field of prison education and reentry who bring to us a wealth of experience in advocacy, law, prison programming, and research. And just as with our other panels today, each panelist will provide introductory remarks that focus on the chapter they've prepared for our forthcoming book, and then we'll do a moderated Q&A, and that will be followed by audience Q&A. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our panelists and highlight just some of the main points from their very impressive bios, which you can view on our event page. First, to my far right, we have Ames Grauer, who is the counsel in the Brennan Center's Justice Program. He's the John L. New Justice Counsel there. Ames's work seeks to develop an understanding of the cost of America's criminal justice system to defendants, inmates, and the nation as a whole, and to translate that information into legal change. Previously, Ames served as an assistant director attorney in the Appeals Bureau of the Nassau County District Attorney's Office, and before entering public service, he was an associate at Mayor Brown LLP, where he represented criminal defendants pro bono in state and federal post-conviction litigation. Next, we have Jody Lewin, who is the founder and executive director of the Prison University Project, a college in prison program that provides 20 rigorous courses each semester in the humanities, the social sciences, math, and science to men incarcerated at San Quentin State Prison in California. Through the program, students can earn an Associate of Arts degree in general education from Patton University, where Jody is the external site director. Jody started volunteering with the program in 1999 and has an academic background in philosophy, literature, and rhetoric. She has published and presented extensively in the fields of psychoanalysis, literary theory, and criminal justice. And in September 2016, President Obama awarded Jody and the Prison University Project a National Humanities Medal at the White House. And last but certainly not least, to my most immediate right, we have Nancy Levine, who is the director of the Justice Policy Center at the Urban Institute. Nancy publishes research on prisoner reentry, criminal justice technologies, crime prevention, policing, and the spatial analysis of crime and criminal behavior. Before being appointed director, Nancy was a senior research associate at Urban, founding director of the Crime Mapping Research Center at the National Institute of Justice, special assistant to the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Justice Programs in the U.S. Department of Justice, and has held several other very impressive posts. She has testified before Congress on prisoner reentry and criminal justice reform, and her work has been featured in several popular and scholarly outlets. So without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Ames, who's going to kick us off with his remarks, and then we'll go through the panel and then do a moderated question and answer.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the American Enterprise Institute for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here to speak to you about something that's near and dear to all of our work at the Brennan Center. Just to give you a background on what we do and where we're coming from, the Brennan Center's Justice Program is our initiative focused on ending mass incarceration. Part of that is reducing racial disparities, reducing economic disparities among people affected by the criminal justice system. You might know a lot of our work from what we do on front-end reforms like sentencing reform, bail reform, issues like that. So the question might come up to you, what are we doing here talking about prison education or conditions of confinement? Why is it important to us? And to answer that, here. So one thing that we work on at the Brennan Center is we try to develop an understanding of the broad collateral consequences to our criminal justice system, the effects it has on people involved in it, how it affects their wages and their ability to participate in the economy and turn their lives around. We're working on a study that will speak to that broadly, expected by the end of the year, or by the end of next year, or I'll be in a lot of trouble. And one thing we found so far in preliminary findings is that the size of the people, the number of people who have been to prison at some point in their lives is not tracked by government sources, but it appears to be extremely large. It's around 6 to 8.6 million at higher estimates. That's around 4 to 5% of the American workforce. More importantly, if you look at academic studies that have tracked how people who have been to prison are able to acclimate and come back to the working world, they'll show that for every dollar that someone who's been to prison makes, or for every dollar that the general population makes in wages, someone who's been to prison makes around 80 cents or so. And that may seem like a relatively small disparity, but when you multiply that by years of someone's life, their ability to earn a higher wage as they look for a new position, it translates to billions and billions of dollars. There have been some very rough estimates to which we hope to contribute eventually that have pegged it around 80 billion. And that's just the effect of previous incarceration, and it's annual. That adds up over the number of years, and that's one reason that we started looking at education. One reason these disparities might happen is if you look at the demographic breakdown of people who have been incarcerated or are incarcerated, their educational attainment has gotten worse over the years. It's not gotten better. This is admittedly one study, but I thought it was an interesting one to share with you all. As you'll see, there have always been racial disparities in educational attainment among incarcerated people. Even while education has, on the whole, increased for the general population, those disparities have gotten worse. So if we're going to talk about not just changing the criminal justice system, not just changing sentencing laws, but building a fairer, more just society and addressing some of the economic disparities that we're studying, education is probably a pretty good place to start, even while incarcerated, and especially while incarcerated. So what can we do about it? I'm an attorney by training, so naturally, the law. To give you a broad idea of what the law has to say about prison education, you need to start with what the law has to say about prisoners' rights. And that's actually, it's a relatively short story until very recently, and I think this is a snippet you'll see on the AI landing page. There's a very grim quote from an 1800s state high court decision saying that incarcerated people are civilly dead. They have no rights. They have no right to anything whatsoever. That was the prevailing view for many, many years until around 1960 or so. I don't think it's any accident, and as you'll see from this timeline, I don't think it's any accident that the fall of that rule coincided with the growth of the civil rights era. You have judges finally waking up to the problems of abuse in state prisons. You have lawyers who have made such great progress in the civil rights era, like with Brown v. Board just as a starting point. All those resources coming to bear at a time when prison conditions were at their worst as well. So at the same time the civil rights era is happening, you start to see some cracks appear in the law around what prisoners can obtain in court to improve conditions of confinement. And one of those cases actually addressed prison education. So I'm going to start by talking about one of the most important legal, for this area, one of the most important legal issues to come out of the civil rights era. Until around the mid-1900s, much of the Bill of Rights was, well, until the 14th Amendment, the Bill of Rights applied squarely to the federal government. It had very little impact on state governments. This is cutting it very simple. I'm going to get in trouble with some law professors, but that's just cut and dry. When you get to the 1950s, some of those amendments start to apply to the states as well. And one of them is the Eighth Amendment, which is the prohibition, as you'll see, on cruel and unusual punishment. So around 1960, incarcerated people can start to bring claims in court to address the conditions of confinement, claiming that those violate the prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment. What does that have to do with education, you might say? Interesting. So around this era, a number of cases started to pop up with incarcerated people challenging not just discrete problems with their confinement, discrete rights violations, but broadside attacks on their institutions as a whole. And one of the first ones that really worked in was in the state of Arkansas. Arkansas prisons were, in the 1960s, barely evolved beyond the convict leasing model that I think we all know and loathe. And they were not great places to be. Violence is very common, drug abuse is very common despite being incarcerated. Education and rehabilitation programs were completely non-existent. A group of inmates banded together and brought a complaint in federal court, and in a remarkable decision, the judge that heard the case stopped to think about the relationship between rehabilitation and punishment. Rehabilitation doesn't appear in the phrase in the text of the Eighth Amendment, but it might have some relation to it, he says. He starts with just, a hint. While the significance of rehabilitation might not be part of the Eighth Amendment, it's a sociological theory that may ripen into constitutional law. But he actually went beyond that. He said, oh, I didn't know I animated that. Oh, look at that. He said that if conditions in a prison are so dire that they defeat any possible chance at rehabilitation, then the absence of rehabilitation is a fact of constitutional significance. It is something that inmates can complain about. It is something that they can register as an abridgment of their rights. So that's huge. That's groundbreaking. It's the first time there's anything in the law, as far as I've seen, talking about prison education as something close to a legal right. And it's not an empty promise. If you track this case, as you can read in my chapter, through the years that it was pending, far from just opining about the importance of prison education and saying that the lack of rehabilitation was a violation of the inmates' Eighth Amendment rights, the judge actually, I'm going to go back to this for a second, the judge actually required that the state of Arkansas do something about it, and they did. In 1972, they created, 1973, they established the nation's first correctional school district, a district that provided classes and GED equivalence programs to inmates of the Arkansas state prison system. To date, that program has awarded 200,000 GEDs. 20,000 GEDs. So that's the first case where we saw something related to the law make a real difference for prison education. There are a number of other cases that built off that. This wasn't sort of an isolated victory. Courts in New Hampshire, courts in Alabama took the ball and ran with it. And they didn't just take the case as far as it would go. They went a little farther, dictating the terms of what a real prison education program should look like in these states. To great success. In New Hampshire, a judge got very involved with the details of what the inmates' educational needs were and ordered the state to provide something to address those needs. That's a huge victory, huge advancement for correctional education, but it has a limit. And the limit is that to date, no court has found that anything about rehabilitation, including correctional education, on its own carries constitutional significance. All of the Arkansas court's holdings were in the context of other human rights violations and abuse from guards, et cetera. So we have in the 1980s, the Supreme Court say that deprivations of an opportunity for rehabilitation are simply not punishment. They're not anything that the Eighth Amendment is meant to address on its own. So while what we've talked about are huge victories that really move the ball on correctional education, they're not enough to support a right to education on its own yet. Since then, there have actually been a couple more challenges that the law around prison education has dealt with. If you follow back to the timeline that I showed you earlier, in some ways the law has come full circle since the civil rights era. There was a huge opening for civil rights claims that vindicated real rights of inmates around the nation. Some of those have been pared back by courts that grew a little cautious of these broad institutional reform cases that got involved in the nitty-gritty of prison management. Rightly, I think there are some limitations to that. And courts have otherwise, and not just courts, some legislatures as well have passed laws that have limited people's rights to bring claims about the conditions of their confinement, the Prison Litigation Reform Act being chief among them. And one of the more disappointing things, I think, that I came across in researching this is in 1994, the 1984 crime bill that we all know so well if we're acquainted with the problem of mass incarceration, passed by bipartisan margins, supported by people around the country, stripped incarcerated people of their right to obtain Pell Grants to help finance their education. The argument was that incarcerated people were taking funds that could go to other people or law-abiding citizens. If you look at the numbers, it really doesn't square. I think around 1% of Pell Grants went to incarcerated people, a little less in some studies, a little more in some studies, but the point, either way, not very much. But regardless, that law was enacted. Incarcerated people could, under that, no longer obtain grants from the government to help finance their education. And you might say, what can the law say about that? Complicated question. So we do have the Equal Protection Clause, which is what you'll see up here right now, which says that the government can't ordinarily distinguish between people based on some status. They have to have some justification for it. In the case of racial discrimination, I think we all know that the bar for that is extremely high. The phrase is that the court applies strict scrutiny, which is strict in theory, fatal in fact. It's very hard to uphold a racial discrimination before a court. That protection does not apply to incarcerated people. Their courts have time and time again held that it's just not a status that courts will involve themselves in. So that sort of leaves the question for us, and we can end on what's the next step. I think it's something to discuss. I think if we were to have a broad sea change in this country about what we mean by punishment, what the Eighth Amendment should really protect over generations and a lot of work, building on some of the data we're going to hear about from this panel and others, we might get to an understanding of the law that upholds a right to rehabilitation. It will take time.
Good morning. I do not have a PowerPoint. So also, I just want to echo the thanks. It's really a joy, also for me personally, to have the opportunity to talk to a slightly different audience than I'm normally talking to. Well, the chapter that I am charged with is about making the case for higher education in prison. And I just want to make a couple of comments. What I'm really going to do with my brief remarks here is really just touch on a few of the key points in a somewhat fragmentary fashion, just so that it's out there and we can have that as fodder for a conversation. But I want to just mention that I really struggled with this chapter for a number of reasons, some of them external, but also because what I found was that although I spend my life making the case for higher education in prison, there's a part of me that always sort of recoils when I'm asked to do that. And I realize that one way of describing the feeling is that no one was ever asked to make the case for providing me with access to higher education. And there's some way in which it is, frankly, on a sort of deeply personal level, almost repellent to be in the role of advocating for something which to me seems like water and air for human beings. And so I think I would sort of, my prefatory comment would just be that I think the strongest case is that education is a right, should be a right. It shouldn't, in the world in which I live mentally, it shouldn't even really be something that is called into question for any human being who's willing and able to engage. So I just want to sort of frame my remarks in that way because I think it's an important dimension. What I do in the chapter is really start out by describing my entry into the field, which was quite by accident, just learned about this program. It was actually already running, although it was much smaller at the time, and ended up teaching and eventually taking over the program. But one of the things that really formed my early years with the program was that stark contrast between the policy arguments that I always heard made in favor of higher education in prison, or education generally in prison, which were generally related to reduced cost, recidivism, public safety, and the value and the meaning of the work as I observed it inside, face to face in the classroom. So I think that in a way that tension is also a critical dimension to the policy discussion, because I think part of the problem is that people who are incarcerated are entirely abstract in the minds of most Americans in general, but policy folks as well, that one doesn't necessarily have the field when we're talking about policy, that we're talking about people. So just like normal, ordinary people, as ordinary as the human beings in this room. And so I think that tension often informs sort of the gulf between practitioners and policy folks. And it's one of the things that I think we also all need to kind of get our minds around is really, in a sense, the question is, can we talk about the welfare of human beings who are incarcerated, or does there have to be some sort of a material case made? Does it have to be more cost efficient to do what some people would argue would be the humanitarian or the just or the right thing? So in a sense, I think the elephant in the room very often in these discussions about policy is that what we're talking about is a humanitarian crisis. We're talking about prisons, which are sites of really almost unimaginable suffering. And so I always want to sort of insert that into the discussion. What I would say is, so in the early years that I was doing this work, most of the time, as I said, the arguments were really about cost and recidivism and public safety. Over time, and particularly in the last several years, I think driven largely by the burgeoning cost of the prison system, actually around the country, the various prison systems, folks have become more open to conversations about rehabilitation, right? Or I think another way of, I think rehabilitation is sort of a secular version of the concept of redemption, right? And I think people have gradually become a little bit more open to the idea that perhaps one doesn't need to simply give up and throw away everybody who's inside, but that there may be possibilities for them to change or to grow. And I think that is, on one level, a huge step in the right direction. On the other hand, I think it's inadequate. I personally also, this is, alienation stage 2, often struggle with the premise that people who are incarcerated all are somehow fundamentally flawed or broken, and they needed to be fixed, they needed to change. I think, among other things, that paradigm has the effect of legitimizing the system and sort of erasing some of the kinds of harm and injustice and even irrationality of the system. It makes us feel better about ourselves. Well, they needed to be there, but maybe they don't need to be there forever. Anyway, nevertheless, I think at least that openness to the humanity of people in prison is a critical step. But let me just jump, because I know I'll run out of, that's not me, right? The flashing? Okay. I want to jump to another, just a point of learning, something I want to throw out. Something that was incredibly educational for me from the very beginning was encountering the opposition to higher education in prison. And In the beginning, when I particularly most often encountered opposition to the work, it was correctional staff. It was often the line staff who would just, roll their eyes or make snide comments. Not all of them at all. Some of them were and are extremely supportive, and we couldn't do our work without those who are supportive. But some would just say, what are you coming in here teaching these guys? Why aren't you working with kids? Or, it's too late. Or it's too late for them. Or they would say, I didn't get a free college education, and my kid didn't get a free college education. You all are coming in here and educating these guys who killed someone. And in the beginning, I would give them the stats on, the reduced recidivism and all this stuff, and, it makes them more employable and blah, blah, blah. And I realized at a certain point that what I really needed to do in those situations, because it often would just frustrate the person I was talking to even more, what I really needed to do was just to shut up and listen to them. And what I found was that very often, when somebody I was talking to was arguing against educating people in prison, what they were really doing was telling me the story of their lives and their frustrations, their limited access to higher education, what their lives were like, what it was like to try to raise their kids, everything, the story of their lives, right? And which leads me to another thing. I think, in a way, this encounter with the opposition and that learning to listen to the opposition in a way that is not defensive and not condescending, which I think people of my background often sorely lack as a capacity, that for me has been one of the most critical lessons. And I would also argue, and this leads me to another dimension to the opportunity that I think this field represents, is that I would argue that this field really represents a very powerful microcosm for what's going on in this country right now, where people who are relatively affluent and educated lecture. They make rational arguments about why helping some certain people or recognizing the suffering or the predicament of some people is important and meaningful and rational, and others are just enraged. And then their rage is kind of judged and condescended to and moralized about, and really we are simply speaking past each other. And so I see this field in a sense that because let me just backtrack and say, we will not tackle this problem alone, right? This is a massive, massive problem, and even if we were to decide as a country to invest in education inside, I think it's a massive undertaking to marshal the resources that are going to be needed to educate people with the kinds of varied and complex educational and psychosocial needs. Even if we were to resolve to do that, it would be a huge undertaking, but we definitely can't do it alone. It has to be a multi-partisan enterprise. But I think that also presents us with an opportunity, also as a field, to set an example nationally for what it looks like when folks come together and actually listen to each other and then collaborate. The other problem that I think this field presents us with an opportunity to address is the crisis of higher education. I think one of the things you observe, so as long as I've been working in this field, I've had folks contacting me, particularly folks in the online education space, have contacted me looking to get involved in the field. And many of those practitioners are representing models that are predatory and exploitative in their nature, and I often have the feeling that almost like it's like vultures circling overhead, to sort of looking for internet access so they can enroll those guys and open up that revenue stream. I think that this field is also, again, a microcosm, but also just an extreme version of the other very vulnerable populations that are the veterans, the disabled people living in rural areas who have limited access already to higher education. And so I think this could become a model, a site where we finally lay down the law and say there are going to be standards, there's going to be accountability, and not just in terms of job placement or debt load or degree completion, but in terms of quality. There is no national conversation about quality in higher education. There's really only a conversation about the impact on financial impact on the federal government of underperforming educational programs. Anyway, I will stop there. I think I'm out of time, but thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. Let's see if I can get this thing working. Yes. Okay, so the title of this panel, I think, is something like Making the Case for Education. I'm going to make the case for better research to make the case for education, which on its face is kind of silly, right? I mean, we all know instinctively that education is going to give people more opportunities. Why should it be different for someone who's behind bars? I often find myself in a position of wondering, why am I even in this field? I spend so much time doing research and evaluation on various interventions for people who are experiencing incarceration or recently released from incarceration. And again, we kind of know the logical things that work. So where does research fit in? Well, researchers might just be confirmatory in nature. See, we told you that worked. But more importantly, we can tell you why it works and for whom and under what circumstances. So there's tremendous value in research around the topics of reentry, specifically education and employment readiness, but a whole host of reentry interventions. And yet, as you can see by the longest title I've ever given any presentation in my life, we know less than we think we know. And in fact, we know so very little about what works, despite thousands of studies. And there is much we can do about this. And I'm not sure how much I can share with you on this, but I want to just at least for this formal part of the presentation, set the stage a little bit and tell you why this is such a big problem. Problem in the field of academia, but also a problem in efforts to develop better policies and practices and programs to help people succeed on the outside. First of all, understanding what works is not at all easy. Most of the publications evaluating different types of reentry programs are written by academics for other academics. Really difficult to understand. Lots of words, lots of technical jargon. It's confusing. There's very few places where all this research comes together in a way that's synthesized and understandable. I'll talk about one of those in a moment. A lot of the research is really conflicting. You see one program works and another doesn't. Works for this group, not that. And a lot of the lack of knowledge in what works is kind of fed into a lack of knowledge on program design, and they kind of work together to limit our ability to better deliver programs for this population. This begs the question, does anything really work? And the answer is a definitive, it depends. Sorry, fooled you there. But let me tell you a little bit about what we learned through the development of the What Works in Reentry Clearinghouse. This is currently housed on the National Reentry Resource Center website. It's populated with evaluation studies through 2015, after which time the federal government stopped funding this particular effort. And what we did was, and we staff at the Urban Institute helped populate this clearinghouse. We culled the research for every single study that called itself an evaluation of any kind of reentry initiative, found over 1,500, something like that, studies, and among those, only a third were sufficiently rigorous enough based on pretty minimal standards of scholarship to even include and look at and discern what those findings were and synthesize those findings. And here you can see the reasons why, pretty equally distributed among a lot of really basic concepts around evaluation research that I'm not going to go into right now because I don't have time. But some of the things we observe through the synthesis of research are some pretty big flaws. One is what I call the single tool program. I don't know if you've ever heard the phrase, if the only tool you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail to you. But that kind of applies in the field of reentry and in the evaluation literature. So you see a lot of specialization. You see people who offer employment programs, people who offer substance abuse treatment programs, both behind bars and in the community. Education programs. There's a lot of specialization, and that exists for good reason, right? Because you need to really know the content to be able to deliver it effectively. And then researchers reinforce this kind of specialization because they really want to talk about what works and be real precise about it. I mean, researchers, we are precise by nature, and we don't want to do an evaluation that says, well, something about this program works, but we can't really tell you what. So they're going to zero in on a specific type of program, let's say work release. And yet what that does is that masks what we've come to learn through the literature is that holistic programs are likely the most effective programs, ones that don't focus just on employment, just on education, just on substance use, but are really comprehensive. And there's two examples of that, both that have pretty sizable differences in outcomes and recidivism, as you can see on the slide. Another interesting challenge around evaluation of reentry programs is what we would call insufficient dosage, like really not enough of the program to yield an impact. And one of the reasons why this has become more problematic in recent years is actually a good reason. It's because the entire field has come to recognize that doing something positive with people behind bars to help support their successful reentry is pretty much a given these days. I can tell you when I first entered the field, that was not at all the case. It was the perception of people in corrections environments that their job was to house people securely and safely until the time of their release, and really not to pay much attention to whether and how many of them returned after their release and ended up reincarcerated. There's been a real sea change in culture and in the purpose of prisons. It's not perfect by any means, but it's very different. So that begs the question, if you're evaluating a new program, how different is it from business as usual? Is it really that much more than someone would get anyway? There's a real lack of research around issues of intensity and also the duration of program delivery. There's also the problem that there's, in the research field, there's very both limited outcome metrics with a strong bias towards different kinds of recidivism metrics. And there's a lot of recidivism metrics, and they're all flawed in their own unique ways. And I can go through and tell you about this, but I don't have time. Except to say that in the studies that we looked at, there was a strong bias to only looking at recidivism outcomes, and I think that bias was largely due to the fact that that's data that's pretty easily accessible by researchers, whereas information about whether someone found a job after release, what their wages were, how long they were employed, whether they were employed full-time or part-time, whether they were on the books or off the books. Those types of questions are very, very hard to get at because the data is more difficult to find. And yet when you don't follow those metrics, you're not really learning as much as you could or should, because a lot of reentry programs are focused on what I would call intermediate outcomes. So the theory of change is if we get people more education, then they'll have more opportunities, they're more likely to get a job, and they're less likely to get reincarcerated, right? So that's a pathway that often isn't measured at each step of the way. It's also the case that there's very limited follow-up periods for evaluation programs. So rare is the case that you'll see any evaluation that looks at outcomes of people past a year after their release. And yet some recent studies suggest that programs tend to be more effective over time. Some people don't have differential outcomes from their comparators within 3 months after release, but within 18 months you'll see a difference. But we don't really know much about that because no one really studies it that far out. Then there's what we call one-size-fits-all programs and evaluations. Now, bear with me here. I know before I said that, that only tool problem where you only focus on one thing, that's problematic and holistic programs are good. But that doesn't mean that holistic programs should be one size fits all. You don't apply the same exact holistic program to everyone and think you're going to have an impact. In fact, we know that Program delivery and its impacts varies tremendously by age, by gender, by risk. And often evaluations neglect these differences altogether. They're not looking at differential outcomes by risk. They're not looking at whether a program is gender responsive or not, even though there's some good evidence that suggests that risk-based programs and gender responsive programs are indeed the most impactful. So just to underscore the fact that by holistic, I don't mean cookie cutter. I mean looking at each individual, their risks, their needs, and importantly, their strengths, their assets, things that are often overlooked. We often tend to describe this population as only based on negative attributes and don't look at positive attributes that could be instrumental in helping them succeed. How am I doing on time?
Almost there.
Okay, hold on. Let me see what's ahead. Okay, so then among the many flaws in the evaluation literature is also what I would call an inattention to fidelity. Now, fidelity means, in this context, the degree to which a program is implemented as intended, and unfortunately, what we see in the literature is that less than a third of studies even make any mention at all, any mention of whether a program was delivered as intended. And even a much, much fewer share of evaluations talk about the important questions that are framed by what's called a program logic model. Who was the target population? Was that population served, or were other people served by accident? What's the nature of the program? What was supposed to be delivered? Was it delivered? Just these basic questions about the mechanics and the operations of the program. And just to give you one example, if you thought about a work release program, you might, if you're not attending to fidelity, you might not know that a very small percentage of people actually finished the program because they were transferred to other facilities. So this is the kind of detail that you really need in order to understand your program and its impact. So should I present this last slide and then? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to give you a teaser. I'm going to kind of cue this up and then we can talk. So this is what I failed to mention earlier because I don't have enough time, is there's this thing called a randomized controlled trial. It's an experimental study, and everyone in the academic community agrees that this is called the, quote, gold standard. Like, you can't get more rigorous than a randomized controlled trial because basically you're creating a situation where people, both people who receive a program and their comparators are the same, but for the fact that they were randomly assigned to one condition or the other. That's all well and true, but what I put forth here and in my chapter is that there's an even better standard. RCTs are known as the gold standard. I would argue that there's a platinum standard out there, and that is the most rigorous study you can do while also attending to issues of fidelity. Why is that so important? It's important because when you just have a randomized controlled trial with no implementation evaluation, you really don't know what your outcomes are telling you. If you find the program works, you don't really know why or for whom. If your program doesn't work, you might just decide that the program itself is a failure when really it's just poor implementation. You could actually just toss aside some very, very promising concepts because you haven't attended to those details. So with that, I will close. I have some other thoughts that maybe we'll get to later. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all. I'd like to start off the moderated Q&A just going back to Ames where we started. Ames, you write at the end of your chapter, quote, "Courts once understood the value of not giving up on those confined in our nation's prisons. In time, they can be made to understand again." So you kind of alluded to it, some of these ideas that you came across in your research, both from the cases and then some things you think could work moving forward. Could you just kind of expand on what you saw and where you think courts and states can actually be active on this?
Sure. So my closing there is number one, I'm inherently an optimist, and number two, we've seen profound legal change happen before. I think it's no accident that you saw litigants actually succeed in forcing states to establish prison education programs during the civil rights era. It was when the public was watching. It was when judges cared. It was when attorneys cared and were, by the thousands helping people. Like when the Attica uprising happened, you have like hundreds of attorneys, maybe not hundreds, a lot of attorneys rush to the scene to try to help people. When you have that sort of cultural attention, profound legal change can eventually happen. So what my thinking is here is that what happened in the Arkansas case I spoke about, what happened in a lot of the similar cases, is that you had really bad conditions in some of these prisons. And you had judges interested, where merely 20 years before they would have said, not my problem. You had lawyers who were ready to help people. A lot of those cases started as inmate pro se petitions, and as a former assistant DA, I've gotten those. They can be very short and handwritten and easy to look and say, well, nothing here, and toss aside. The lawyers didn't do that. The judges didn't do that. They paid attention. I think all of that drove a recognition that the law can, be a tool to lift up those in society, people in society who need it. I think maybe we've lost some of that, and I think we can get it back. But I think when that model has really been its most effective, and this is what you saw, like in some ways, it's what led to Brown v. Board of Education. You saw not just that culture change, but you saw a community coalescing around the idea that some idea of legal change wasn't just the right thing to do, that is the most important, but was backed up by a profound literature about why it was important. You had people, marshaling data saying segregation is actually bad for a trillion other reasons than it's obviously immoral. If we build that sort of movement, you can get the sort of momentum you need, and lawyers can pick up that ball and run with it.
Great, thanks. Jody, next question is for you. I know Nancy alludes to this in her chapter too. We obviously have this huge focus, both in terms of program design, but also in implementation on recidivism, right? And that's what we talk about, and that's how we measure success. From your experience being with Prison University Project for, I think you said 17 years, what do these programs do for participants that are way beyond just recidivism? And what would you want policymakers and everyone in this space to know, apart from just reducing recidivism?
As soon as I sat down, I realized I hadn't actually talked about some of the most direct and immediate impacts that you see in the field. I mean, I would say starting at the most fundamental level of the sense of self. I think people in prison often have not, I guess I alluded to that, have not had sort of quality educational opportunities, but often, even when they did, often in the rare cases, their lives were so chaotic that they couldn't really engage or take advantage. That so many, and again, I referred to this, but so many people have been exposed to violence, trauma, addiction, all sorts of other variables that have made it hard. For whatever reason, they finally find themselves in a classroom that's supportive and functioning and operated by, I guess, genuine professionals, you could say. And you just see people come in often with very sort of damaged self-images, just no idea how capable they are or what their academic or intellectual potential is, and slowly start to relax and grow. And so I think, just at the level of the human being, watching a human being start to realize how smart they are, how capable they are, as a result of that, what career paths might be open to them that they might never have dreamed of. Watching people learn about academic disciplines that they'd never heard of. So, you may have been raised by someone who is schizophrenic, but you don't necessarily have that term, right? Or there are all sorts of ways in which the academic universe provides people with terms and concepts and practices that expand their worlds, their communication skills, critical thinking. All of that then also translates into the capacity for civic engagement. That's a huge one. We see so many people inside, not just when they leave, while they're inside, developing ways of engaging and serving their communities. That is, I think, an incredibly powerful thing to watch. And so many of our former students are out now doing advocacy work. They're doing some sort of social work or violence prevention. Those dimensions, I think, are huge. And the other thing that I noticed, and we're actually working now, finally, and Amy Rosa, who worked at the Prison University Project years ago, saw the early stages of this, but we're about to launch a longitudinal study, a qualitative longitudinal study primarily, that will look at not only academic and professional development, degree completion, careers, but also, and civic engagement as well, but also mental and physical health, and the impact of participation in the program on family members, especially children. We have so much anecdotal evidence that our students' engagement in school is supporting their desistance from relapse, supporting their recovery, but it's also impacting their kids' degree completion. It seems, again, anecdotally, to reduce recidivism rates among family members. I mean, it's unbelievable, but this is exactly the kind of stuff that we don't get to. These are but that I think are pressing, yeah.
Great, thank you. Nancy, a lot of us are familiar with the 2013 study meta-analysis and cite it often, which found that inmates who participated in correctional education were 43% less likely to recidivate. Again, this is something we all cite. We see it all over the place. I know you talked about a lot of the ways we can improve the research base, right? But speaking to the research community, can you kind of, again, distill and summarize where we really need to go and how we need to make findings like that more useful so we can guide policy?
Yeah, there's so many ways to answer that question, and I'm trying to answer it in a way where I don't geek out on my own self or the audience. But so that study is known as a meta-analysis, and what happens there is that researchers identify all the evaluations of the same topic, in this case education, and then make sure that they're all have a certain amount of rigor, and then they statistically combine them all together. It's just the most simplistic way to describe it, and say, across all these, they have a certain effect size, a range of effect. And that's helpful. That's helpful to, there's two ways to synthesize research evidence. That's one way. Another way is to just kind of treat all programs the same, program evaluations the same as long as they meet rigor, and then kind of discuss, do more of a qualitative synthesis. So the problem with the quantitative synthesis, in my mind, is that it treats all programs the same. It assumes all programs are the same when they treat different types of populations in different geographies. The quality and content of the program is going to vary considerably. And so when you put it all together, you lose a lot of really important detail that could be instrumental in guiding more effective program delivery.
Great, thanks. I have one more question for sort of all of you, so we can do around the horn here, and then we're going to open it up to audience Q&A. I know some of you alluded to this in your comments, but feel free to expand or just kind of address other things you weren't able to. So I think when we talk about opposition to these programs, a lot of skeptics, as some of you have said, say that on the one hand, these programs maybe cream the crop, right, and are taking the motivated people who are going to probably be okay when they're released from prison anyway. But then on the other hand, as Ames alluded to, and so did Jody, there's a belief out there that we shouldn't be taking finite resources and investing in, prisoner education when these, quote, law-abiding citizens sometimes don't even have the same opportunity. So can you just kind of give in the field what you tend to say in response to those critiques and what you really sort of for this audience would want the policy community and other folks trying to push these issues to think about? We'll start with Ames, if that's okay.
Sure. So I think there are two answers. The two that I give. You have the shared value answer, and you have the sort of public safety angle. And the public safety angle is, these are messages that you can, candidly, you can deploy in different audiences. Like some are more effective with some people, some resonate with different groups. So the public safety angle is, I'm forgetting the exact percentage, but a very high number of incarcerated people are at one day going to be back in the communities. We should care about that. We should care about what their chances are for being active, valued members of the community when they come back. AEI's President Arthur Brooks actually gave a really moving speech about that very thing at an event we hosted with the Brennan Center, and that has really stuck with me. But you can frame that as not just shared values, but that's public safety too, because it links back up to recidivism. And the other shared value point is we all believe in lifting up those who need it. You can come at it from a faith angle as redemption. You can come at it from a racial justice angle, but we all believe in giving people second chances and helping people improve themselves. That sort of elides the question of effectiveness, but I think it's not a point to be lost as well.
Yeah, great. Whoever else wants to jump in.
Your questions are really great. So, I mean, on the one hand, in terms of the opposition, in terms of the sort of scarcity premise of some of the opposition arguments, again, like as I commented, I don't even really argue with folks who express resentment, or, but I do question the premise that that this could ever be a waste of resources, just because it's so much less expensive for all the reasons that there is ample data on. So I think, that is one thing where I just say, be angry, but don't tell me it's a waste of money. And, that it's always more expensive to incarcerate people and not educate them. But the other thing is that I think that the point about, well, these folks are already going to be fine. I mean, I think that that's a very common attitude. And there are two things. First of all, we don't argue that you could take anybody off the yard, or anyone off the street for that matter, and put them in our program and their outcomes would be breathtaking. Who would say that about a school that they ran? Like, we kidnap people off the street and just put them in the classroom and they do beautifully, right? No educational institution would make that claim, right? So we don't really worry about that. But also, but what our claim is that we believe that if you provide opportunity, that these are the results, right? In other words, so what we're interested in is, this is an easier way to formulate it, is what happens when you create educational opportunity for people who want it. And I think, but the other thing that Elizabeth mentioned, which I think is really important, is that I think very often people think of the prison population, particularly in this kind of era of a kind of wary openness to the concept of rehabilitation, that the prison population contains good prisoners and bad prisoners. And the good ones, they landed there somehow, but they're going to be okay. And the bad ones are kind of malicious and destructive and psychopaths, whatever it is. And if you step back from that, if you reject that premise, and understand that the psychology of people in prison, just like on the outside, again, is much more complex, what you see very often is there are all kinds of people who go to prison and in some cases come out, in some cases go back, not because they wanted to, not because they were immoral, not because they didn't care about other human beings, were incapable of empathy or anything like that, but because their opportunities were extremely limited, because they didn't, maybe because of a mindset issue, whatever it is. But the reality is that when you create educational opportunities, even for the people who, simply for the people who want to go, you have all sorts of impacts on their lives, but also on the people around them. And that is another, I think, really critical piece to understand about programs like this. The program at San Quentin enrolls 1 in 10 people incarcerated at San Quentin on the main line is enrolled in our program. So they are a cultural force. They are the main reason why San Quentin is so much less of a violent and racist place. That changed social climate impacts everybody. And I've had a lot of experiences talking to folks who interacted with people who had been incarcerated at San Quentin, but who had not even necessarily directly participated in the groups, and commented on how different they were. How much more empowered, how much more able they were to make the transition into sort of civilian life and all of that, because they had been exposed to that climate. And one other thing I would just mention is that when you have inside a prison a high-functioning educational program, in this case higher ed, those folks very often become the sort of recruiters and the mentors for the prison. So there are all kinds of folks in our program who would never, ever have reached out or gotten involved, but for the fact that they were celled with someone or at a workplace with someone who was in school, and who either just modeled that kind of pro-education, pro-social sort of mindset or behavior, or who addressed them directly and said, hey, why are you not in school? So I would just also add those as other factors.
Yeah, Nancy, last
Yeah, I'm not.
thoughts?
I feel like Ames and Jody took all the good points and explained them a lot better than I would have anyway. I would love to see a study that looks at the impact of an intensive implementation of a program like yours, Jody, on the people that didn't participate.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to bet, based on what you've observed, that it transforms the entire environment and lifts everyone up.
Can I just also add one other thing? I mean, the impact also on staff well-being.
Right.
The toxic stress, the impact of the prison environment on staff is overwhelmingly destructive. And I would also love to study the impact on their mental and physical health.
Excellent. Sounds like we have some new studies to do, so I'll get right to work. We're going to open it up for audience Q&A at this time. We have some folks coming around with microphones, so we just ask a couple of things here at AEI. When you ask a question, that you just say your name and affiliation, and that you actually ask a question. We want to move through these and get to the heart of it. So with that, we'll open it up. Yeah, we have some right here.
Hi, good morning. So I'm Julia Jinkia with the Institute for Higher Education Policy. Thank you all for your very interesting remarks. Jody, when you spoke about this issue being a microcosm of other things going on, that really struck me, particularly about your comments of the crisis that higher education is facing in this country, because I think that crisis of accountability we certainly see outside of facilities with incarcerated and formerly incarcerated students, attention to quality and outcome of education. But another crisis is really the crisis of equity, and how higher ed is really, in some cases, exacerbating inequity among students. So my question to you is, how do we make the case for higher ed institutions that if we really see education and its transformative potential as fundamental to higher ed, that they, by definition, need to be running programs and facilities, and then importantly, upon release, ready to articulate credits and accept students to continue their education?
Yeah. Do you want to answer that for me? So I mean, I think those are critical questions. I don't think that there are easy answers, but I do believe that the questions you're describing are exactly the kinds of questions that cannot be regulated. I think that there may be regulatory strategies that can assist, but I think at the end of the day, we need almost kind of a movement. We need a professional culture. One of the things I often think about, I look at some of the educational institutions that I have benefited from in my life, and very often they're primarily private. They're not regulated at the same level of intensity, by the state or the federal government the way that public institutions are, and yet a lot of them perform at a very high level. And I always think about, well, what is that, right? And so some of it is the fact that the customer, has options, and is also informed, but it's also the professional culture of those institutions, right? There's a level of expertise and care and attention and interest that literally governs those institutions. And so I think a really big part of this is growing a professional field which is interdisciplinary in nature, which is dedicated to addressing the questions that you're raising. And I think that movement, in a sense, that field, that community has to be organized, and it has to have mechanisms for speaking out and for engaging the policy world. But I also think we have got to influence public opinion. Like, I think part of the whole problem with the policy discussions is that by and large, the ceiling is always what the public understands and recognizes as value, right? And so I think we have to do a much better job of articulating those values. And then the one other thing is, at a certain level, I'm not sure we're going to solve any of the problems that relate to access for educational opportunity for incarcerated people until we address the larger challenge of the crisis of higher education access in the U.S.
Great. We probably have time for one more out there. Yeah.
My name is Lincoln Boyd. I'm a former Teach for America teacher in Mississippi, and I went to go volunteer at Parchman, our Mississippi State Penitentiary. And one of the biggest issues that they had was a lack of volunteers. I talked to their education director and their programs director, and just no one was willing to volunteer to go help out there. And they would love to have education programs implemented. I know at the state level it's kind of difficult to implement these programs, so my question is more so geared towards Jody. But how do you go about implementing a program like your own in a state, and especially in a place like Mississippi, where maybe there's not those volunteers there to help out, which are desperately needed?
So I don't actually necessarily advocate for the volunteer model. I mean, that's how our program started. It's sort of in the wake of the elimination of Pell. But what I mean, my response to that is, and this may seem, I don't know if this is helpful, we need to actually invest in those teachers, right? I mean, this is another major, glaring, obvious, and yet for some reason complicated obstacle to the expansion of higher education opportunity in California prisons. The adjunct faculty pay is something like $2,500, $3,500 a course. So you can teach 5 classes a semester, 3 semesters a year, and not earn enough to live in the state of California. So, you know, part of me feels like, oh, this is so hard. And then I just think, no, it's actually really, some of this is super simple, right? And I realize, obviously, Mississippi is a really tough place to advocate for investing public resources. But and in a way, that might be an easier conversation to have offline. But I think it has to do with this identifying specific colleges and universities, identifying kind of champions, and then getting them to organize within their own institutions to identify the kind of talent pool that you're looking for.
Great. Do we have any other thoughts here from Ames or Nancy on that one? No? We're good. All right. Well, please join me in thanking our panelists. We were so grateful to have them with us. They did a great job. We're going to take a short break, and we'll resume in 10 minutes at 10:45, so don't go away.
For those of you who are in the hallway, it's a good time to come in. And for those of you who are in the audience, get that last joke out, that last laughter. That is good. So we had a wonderful first panel, and we're going to continue with a second panel. And this one will focus on programs and projects. These are people who have some practical as well as academic experience in the field. What I'm going to do is start to the person to my furthest right and move over with introductions, and that is also the order in which we will begin the presentation. Dr. Andrea Cantora, I mentioned her earlier. She has been someone AEI has partnered with. We had a conference in Baltimore in December of 2016. And it was a great opportunity for us to work together. She's at the School of Criminal Justice at the University of Baltimore. She has spent years, even before becoming a professor, involved in the field of criminal justice reform. She also is involved with the Second Chance Pell program at Jessup College. Elizabeth and I had an opportunity to receive an invitation to go to Jessup Prison and to have a chance to meet some of the men who are involved in that program. And her chapter focuses on that, which will be a part of this conversation. We have Linda Gibbs, who is a new member of the AEI family dealing with reentry and education. She had served as the former deputy mayor for the city of New York from 2005 to 2013, focused on a number of issues ranging from healthcare, obesity, and juvenile justice. While she was in that role, she also focused on helping to implement the Rikers Island program, which some of you have talked about. She currently works with Bloomberg, and she's had a chance to see firsthand what it's like as an investor, as someone who had to do implementation, on what the program will look like, because a number of governors and mayors currently are thinking about social impact bonds and what they will mean, and her book's a great asset to our chapter. Last but not least is Dr. Rita Seabrook. She's also a professor at the University of Baltimore. She has actually spent time not only working with women, but also working with programs in the state of New Jersey and Georgia, two places where I've had a chance to live. But she's also a founder of a program helping others
to win.
Helping others to win. Started as a fellow, used this program particularly to work with women to help them transition back into the world. As many of us who look at this issue know, most of our people who are incarcerated are men, but there has been a tremendous increase in a number of women who are incarcerated and the collateral impact that has on the children and families left behind. And that's her chapter. So I will turn it over to our first speaker, and then we'll have a dialogue from there. So we'll start off with Andrea.
Thank you, Gerard. It's good to be here this morning, and it's good to follow the panel setting the stage for why this is important. I'm happy I get to talk about this really important, exciting federal initiative that many, many states are lucky to be part of. So I'm going to start with talking about, my chapter talks about the Second Chance Pell initiative nationally, and in my chapter I talk a little bit about the University of Baltimore and what we're doing there and what some of the other programs across the country are doing. So just to give you a little bit of a historical background for those of you who are not familiar, in August 2015, the U.S. Department of Education announced that they would be doing an experimental sites initiative called Second Chance Pell, bringing back the Pell Grant, but only for colleges and universities that apply to participate. So it was a really exciting moment in August that everyone was like, the Pell is coming back. Of course, it's coming back on the small scale, but we were happy to have an opportunity to apply for this. So as you heard from our panel earlier, in 1994, Pell Grants for people who are incarcerated was taken away. So this was about 21 years, 2015, that the Pell had been removed. So everybody was really excited about this. Second Chance Pell, which I'll refer to it as, is an opportunity for thousands of individuals incarcerated to go to college, participate in vocational programming. So we're excited to be part of that. So after the August 2015 announcement, over 200 universities and colleges applied to participate. It was dwindled down to about 69 who were selected in June 2016, so about a year process of going through an application. Currently, there's 66 colleges across the country that are actively participating in Second Chance Pell. The 66 schools are spread across 27 states and operating in over 100 prisons throughout the country. Majority of the schools that were selected had existing prison college programs in operation before this 2015 announcement. So some of them have been operating for many, many years, which I'll talk about a few of those. 25 were new programs, new to the experiment, new to doing this kind of work. So this was an opportunity for colleges who have never been involved in this work to get engaged in this kind of work. The schools, the majority are offering associate's degrees, certificates. There's about 24, 25 that are offering bachelor degree programs. So there's a great range of what's being offered. Several well-known universities are part of this experiment. California State, Los Angeles, CUNY system, Arkansas State, Rutgers University, Bard College, Goucher College, who's in the room today, is also part of this program. Goucher has been operating for years before this initiative, but they are also part of the Pell. Largest programs in the country that are serving over 1,000 students throughout the state in multiple prisons are Lee College in Texas, Ashland University in Ohio, and Jackson College in Michigan. And the three of them have been doing this work for a very long time, so the Pell Grant is just helping them expand the number of students and also helping them expand to other prisons within the state. So that's what a lot of the universities who have had existing programs are starting to do, just expand. As of spring 2017, or in spring 2017, there were a little over 4,000 students nationwide participating in Second Chance Pell. The number is expected to increase. When the announcement was made in June 2016, one of the headlines in the Washington Post said 12,000 incarcerated students to access Pell Grants. So we're around 5,000, and it's probably much, much higher. We just started a new semester, so hopefully we'll get to that point. The University of Baltimore was really, really excited to apply to this initiative. We started, by teaching inside Jessup Correctional Institution, which is about 25 miles from Baltimore City. So myself and another colleague at the University of Baltimore started teaching in the Jessup, the JCI Scholar Program, which Josh Miller was directing. So we got involved in that work in 2014. I had a really, really positive experience teaching the Inside Out Prison Exchange Program, where I brought my students from the university into JCI to take classes. And I did that for 3 years, and I just had an amazing experience, as did my students. My very first day at JCI in 2014, a student said to me, "How come we can't get credit for these courses?" Because at the time, the college program that we were offering at JCI was non-credit. So a lot of volunteer people would come in and teach courses, not get paid, and the students weren't getting credit. So there was this question about how come, why not? And it stayed with me, and it really bothered me. And when I started to look into it, I was like, wow, this is really hard work. This requires a lot of funding. And I didn't really explore it any further until 2015, when this announcement was made that, wow, there's this opportunity now for funding for students to get credit. The University of Baltimore was really excited when I brought this to them and asked them if they would, they would be interested in being a university that was a Second Chance Pell site. So they helped us operationalize our idea. And as of August 2016, we had 28 students, freshmen. Our model targets freshmen. We want to treat them kind of like as a cohort and walk them through a bachelor's degree program. As of this past semester, August 2017, we have 52 students, all freshmen, and they're taking courses towards a bachelor's degree in nonprofit management and community leadership, which Dr. Seabrook actually directs that program on campus at the university. So we're really excited about this. Our university's foundation has been really helpful in providing funds to hire staff. So we've been able to hire a reentry coordinator, a program coordinator, who are also here today in the back. And it's just been, so far, a really, really good experience. The prison itself has been really supportive in a sense where they actually developed a housing unit, or a tier within a housing unit, for our college students. So all of our college students live in the same place, in addition to some mentors and tutors that are also incarcerated people who kind of work to support this tier and support our program. So it's developed into this like learning community where they can't really escape being in college because they all live together, just like you would see on a normal campus, a dorm type of setting. Part of my chapter, I talk a lot about the challenges of working through financial aid paperwork with incarcerated people. I could have wrote an entire chapter just on that, so I'm not going to touch too much on it because it's quite challenging. But a few things that I mentioned, some of the barriers that we experienced. The FAFSA application isn't designed for incarcerated people, so we've had to work through some of those kind of roadblocks, students not being eligible, trying to get them eligible by processing certain paperwork. Just a few examples, we had issues with students who failed to register for selective service, the draft, when they were between 18 and 25, and now they're in their 30s and they never registered. So they have to submit a lot of documentation to the federal government and to our financial aid office explaining why. And the why for most of them is they've been incarcerated since they were 16, and they're still incarcerated in their 30s, and they were never able to. So we just have to submit a lot of paperwork to kind of confirm that, back that up. We've had students who they went to college on the outside, and all of a sudden they have a student loan that they never paid, so they can't get a Pell Grant. So we've had to work with those students to try to get them out of that situation. Students who are considered dependent under the age of 24 who need parental tax information for the FAFSA application, or married spouses and we need spouse tax information because they're considered as part of the calculation for the Pell Grant. So we've had to track down family members to help get this documentation so our students can go to college. So it's been quite challenging, but we've got through all of this. Part of the Department of Ed's initiative is focused on, well, the sites that were selected. The Department of Ed wanted to make sure the programs were thinking about workforce, thinking about reentry. So we all had to kind of make the case of how our programs, whether it's a certificate program or a degree program, is going to be a path to employment when people are released. So there's lots of barriers and restrictions around certain types of employment. So we had to be really thoughtful about that. Many of the schools are doing certificate programs. Just to name a few of these programs, there's certificate programs in hotel management, auto mechanics, horticulture, carpentry, marketing. Some of the degree programs that are being offered is business administration, entrepreneurship, liberal arts, sociology, criminal justice, just to name a few. There's probably 40 different variations out there, but that's just an example. All of the programs are providing some type of reentry support, so there's great variation across the sites, but everyone's trying to address reentry by helping students transfer their credits to a college in the community once they come home, providing reentry preparation before someone's released, providing it in the community, providing academic and career counseling, and also some sites are able to do job placement. So these things are all part of the program. Some of the barriers just to think about in addition to the regular reentry issues that people experience when they come home is for our college students, when they leave prison, they have to think about the cost of college. A lot of the programs are able to support the students either 100% or partially while they're incarcerated, but when they come home, they're going to be responsible for tuition just like anyone is out in the community. So a lot of the sites are thinking about scholarships, helping students apply to scholarships, creating new scholarship opportunities just for this population, and also federal work study. You know, our students, when they come home, they'll be eligible for federal work study, which means they could work on campus, or they could work somewhere in the vicinity of the campus and get paid through federal work study. So our program at the University of Baltimore, we are expecting 2 of our students to come home by December. We don't have anyone out yet, so we're hoping to kind of plug them into work study or other workforce programs in our community. Our reentry coordinator has been able to partner with different providers in the community to connect our students to services that they're going to need around work and substance abuse, mental health, and things like that. Another barrier that our students and other students participating in college and prison are going to experience is the application question to get into college. when they come home and apply to a college, there is that question that asks them about criminal history, just like we see on employment applications. So this is an issue. I think a lot of states are trying to work on this to remove that question from the application. There's a lot of research that talks about how this deters students from even applying, and some students are turned away based on their background. So there are states like California, New York, and Louisiana who have removed that question from public applications for public college. So hopefully we'll see more of that happen. Am I good with time? Or I'm done? Okay. So I'm gonna.
And this is not the disco thing. This is
Right. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the importance of evaluation, but I'm not going to because our first panel did that. Thank you. I do want to talk about the importance of keeping track, though, of educational outcomes for our students. And there's not that much information out there. I just want to report that there is some educational outcome data that says that our students are wonderful and they're performing really well. Jackson College has been keeping track. Their incarcerated students make up 3% of the entire college, but account for 46% of their part-time dean's list. So I think that's important and shouldn't be overlooked. At the University of Baltimore, I'm happy to say that our first year, after students completed 3 semesters, 22 of our 30 students at that time had a 3.5 GPA and qualified for our honors program. So these are really, really important outcomes that I definitely think we should be paying attention to. I think our students are highly, highly motivated, do really well. Our classes are the same exact classes we offer on campus. They're not watered down. They're the same quality, same professors. Nothing has changed except for the lack of technology, which I won't touch on. And lastly, I just want to say that Second Chance Pell is a 3 to 5 year federal program. We hope it goes beyond that. We hope that this opens up doors for all incarcerated students across the country to participate in college beyond just this experiment. But it can't stop there. We don't know the future of Second Chance Pell. I think states need to start thinking about alternatives, thinking about ways that states can help support these programs. California does it. California's community colleges. Students who enroll in community colleges, incarcerated students, get tuition waivers just like low-income students out in the community do. That's a way to help support this. In Texas, students who enroll in college receive a loan from the state. When they're released, they have to pay it back. There are problems with that because of the accruing debt that happens, and our reentry citizens have a challenge with lots of issues with debt and finances. So I'm not saying that's perfect, but still, it's a way that the state is making an effort to help support these kind of programs. And I will stop there.
okay. When Andrea listed the degrees that you could earn in college, and I've heard similar lists, I never hear philosophy. I'm a philosophy major. We need more. Just want to put a little plug out for the philosophers. Linda.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Well, so since I'm new to the AEI family, as you said, I thought I would just tell you a couple of words about myself. The first is I served 30 years in New York City government. I started when Ed Koch was mayor, and then my last year was as deputy mayor for Health and Human Services under Michael Bloomberg. And so I'm old. That's the first thing. The second thing is, as I think back on it, I think I realized that I'm a little bit of a kind of a chronic reform junkie. Like, I really like reform. And I remember one job that I took, a friend told me, it's a career ender, don't do it. And then I called up, I said, yes, I'll take it. And so I am drawn to messes. I'm drawn to problems. I'm drawn to places where that need fixing. And then the other thing that I thought about is that if I look at my jobs over the course of my career, there was this incredible alignment between the jobs that I took and the subject matter of those jobs and the age of my children. Right? So when my kids were newborns, I was so interested in child welfare and child protection, and then they got to school age, and special education issues were my issues. And then, unfortunately, when they became teenagers, I suddenly needed to know a lot more about juvenile justice. So that's just an interesting aside, not really relevant to the discussion today. But in all honesty, my interests kind of followed the age of my children, and maybe my development, knowledge of child development. So with that, a little bit as sort of a little bit of a background on me. And thinking about the chapter that I've contributed to this book, so thank you very much for including me. It was painful to do.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Because I'm a sort of a government manager. I never slow down enough to think or write, right? So my chapter is around the use of social impact bond financing to invest in reforms in the justice system. The concept, I'm betting most of you know what social impact bonds are, but I'll give you a little short description in case you don't. The idea is to bring private investment capital into the government services in order to fund upfront preventive interventions, typically, fund interventions that can avoid negative outcomes, and by the success of those preventive interventions, actually see less of the negative, have less cost associated with the negative, and then down the road, those savings can come back and repay the investor. So I'm doing exactly what Jody said you shouldn't do, which is this should not be a financial proposition for Wall Street to make money. And so I totally agree. And when you want to try to actually get things done in government, and the budget director kind of looks like this, and when I walk up and I'm like, hey, I want a meeting, he says, what do you want? What are you going to do with my money now, Linda? And so you really start to get creative. So the motivation always has to be because it's the right thing to do. And then I'm like, take no prisoners. From there, I'll take anybody's money to get there. And so the use of the social impact bond financing was very much around being opportunistic around investor interest in order to introduce interventions that we weren't getting public funding to do, and with the opportunity to demonstrate the success of our initiative. And so the work that we did was a jail-based intervention, cognitive behavioral therapy, for young adults who were on Rikers Island in our jail system in New York City. That intervention was part of a much larger initiative called the Young Men's Initiative, which was a really comprehensive look at racial disparities across education, health, employment, justice for young men of color in New York City. And what we were trying to do was to look at really to experiment with new approaches that could try to tackle the discrimination and the effects of discrimination that young men of color were experiencing in New York, and to really look across the spectrum at different things. And the disparities are nowhere greater than in the justice system. And so we had this very large initiative. We had a very comprehensive financing. There's some public funding, there's some private funding, there's some philanthropic funding. Again, I was picking any pocket I could find. And the concept of social impact bonds had just started to grow, and had not yet been introduced in the United States, but there was a lot of discussion about it. And as I read about it, I really said, this could really work in our setting, because we have so many things where we have the high cost of incarceration with terrible life outcomes. And if we had some interventions that we could demonstrate had a high chance of success, it was a good match for a private investment. And so many sort of details of the story around how we put that together. But ultimately, we started the program. It was a form of cognitive behavioral therapy called moral recognition therapy. A meta-analysis that covered 25, 45 different CBTs showing a reduction in recidivism, and we were looking at recidivism as defined by a not returning to jail. And so it was arrest and so they actually had to, from discharge of jail back into jail. So that was our measure of recidivism. And we were focused. New York State has finally, thanks to work like organizations like the Brennan Center and advocacy of many other folks who've been working very hard on this, we finally raised the age so that 16 and 17-year-olds will no longer be treated in the adult jail system. They now will be served in the juvenile justice system. But at the time that this initiative started, our 16 and 17-year-olds were on Rikers Island. And so our focus was, we started with the 16 to 21-year-olds, and then by the time the program got set for all kinds of quantitative machinations for the evaluation, wound up focusing on our 16 and 17-year-olds for this intervention. Briefly, I have 9 kind of lessons that I'm going to group into 3 categories just to make it a little bit simpler here. But briefly, let me just kind of describe the flow of the partnerships and the flow of the dollars. Goldman Sachs was the impact investor, $9.6 million for a 3-year initiative. Bloomberg Philanthropies was provided a guarantee on that investment up to $7.2 million. So Goldman Sachs had $2.4 million, I think is the math, at risk. The money went from Goldman to MDRC, which is based in New York City, good friends, but national organization that does all kinds of initiatives, innovative government reforms, and evaluation. So they're expert on evaluation and have a strong bias for random control trials. And MDRC selected 2 organizations, Osborne Society and Friends of Island Academy, to be the service deliverers on island. And so they actually provided the moral recognition therapy on island. And we did it through the school that was in place on Rikers Island for the young people. So money to MDRC, MDRC to the nonprofits on the island doing the work. And then the idea was if the evaluation demonstrated the reduction in recidivism, the savings would then be paid from the Department of Corrections back up to MDRC to go back to Goldman. So that's the basic structure. It didn't work. We had anticipated our break-even amount was that the reduction in recidivism would have to achieve a 10% reduction of recidivism. We had 0. We had 0 reduction in recidivism. The young people going through the program had no less recidivism than the cohort of young people who preceded them, and had no less recidivism than the 19, 20, 21-year-olds who were in the jails with them at the same time. So, with all of this, the corrections, the Department of Corrections, I forgot the bottom line for government, which is government during a social impact bond initiative, the government has no risk. Basically, if it doesn't work, then the investor is not repaid. So the city had no liability. We didn't have to pay anything. The Goldman was out its investment, and the Bloomberg Philanthropies dollars that were essentially the guarantee offset some of that Goldman loss. So 2 things. One, I would say that the first thing is that the social impact bond worked. And by that, I don't mean obviously that the program worked, but the financing mechanism itself worked. We demonstrated that with the evidence and the tracking of the outcomes and the measurement, that you could have a vehicle where the investors could know or not. They made their investment, they took the risk, they knew whether or not it worked, it didn't work, and they didn't get repaid, much to their chagrin, but they went on and did other projects. So the financing mechanism, the whole legal structure itself worked, and it was a lot of work to put it together. second point at the CBT not working, I think is really, there's actually gets back to thinking, well, let me now go to the lessons. Three quick lessons. One is, if you want to do this kind of work, you need data, you need good administrative cost information, and you need really strong partnerships. So first, those are like the raw materials, and I think that you can't do good government, you can't do good program design, you can't do good program, outcome-based program, regardless of whether it's a social impact bond, if you don't have those things. You need really strong administrative data, you need to understand the costs of your system, and you need to have trust among partners to get stuff done. So that's my first sort of big observation with this. The second is, and I think this is a risk that social impact bonds carry, is that there are, they can be, because there's such stakes involved, it can be overly rigid, and I think it's really important as we do this not to let the investor and evaluator rigidity get in the way of good program implementation. Every new program that I've been involved in implementing, by the time you sort of say, okay, that's a good program, it's way different than the first day. You have to constantly reiterate and have the feedback loops and knowledge loops, and you have to be willing to tweak along the way. And so for the social impact bonds, I think you also need to have an evaluation structure that allows you to make those iterations so that you don't get it, so that the structure and the evaluation don't get in the way of building good program. And so there's more there, but let me leave that there, because I think that's a really, really troubling one for the social impact bond world. The third one is really more about this conversation, and I think a huge observation that that I grew to understand is that jails are way different than prisons. When you're in prison, you know you're there. You kind of like, you go in, you know what your term is, you know when you could be up for parole, you know when you're going to be discharged, and how many, often years that is out. Jails are chaotic. People are coming and going all the time. It's just, there's constant moving, and there's a lot, it's chaotic. So it's really hard to do solid programming in jails, and you can't do anything that requires, I'm sorry, you can't leave now because you're not done with your program. Like, that kind of doesn't work. The other thing I would say, and I'm sorry to do this at the tail end, but I think sometimes our capacity for cruelty is amazing. And jails, I think, can be really illustrative of how we as society are willing to be cruel. And so reforming and bringing reform into a jail system is just super, super challenging, and you have to have everybody on board. And as I said to Grant earlier, the risk of organ rejection of bringing a restorative program into a jail setting is just very high. And success really requires that you have a very systemic and holistic view on bringing that kind of restorative approach. Rather than thinking that, parachuting a nice program into that setting can be successful. All of that said, I still think that the justice area remains one of the highest potential for future social impact bond work, and so I would be very encouraging, despite the fact that in this case ours didn't work. And like was shared earlier, the first go around, the lessons of things that don't work are the foundation upon which other things can be built and we can do better. And so, back to my chronic reformer, it just is fuel to think about how to proceed from there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Wait a minute. Hello, everyone. All right. Thank you so much, Gerard and Elizabeth, for inviting me to this wonderful conference. When I was given this opportunity to write the chapter, Gerard wanted me to write on my experiences with the female population. When I think about when I first did my dissertation and completing that task and going through the research, I remember crossing an article written by last name Blanchett that said women are correctional afterthoughts. That everything that is in prisons and policies and everything are formed around men, and women kind of have to fall in place for different programming to work. And so I decided that I wanted to use the gender variable on my dissertation to see the effectiveness of a particular cognitive program that I was fortunate to be trained in, which was called reasoning and rehabilitation. So in my chapter, I talk about the collateral damage, looking at what got women in prison in the first place. You could talk about the war on drugs, but not only that, what is the impact and the adverse consequences that are affected, looking at the mother-child dynamic. So in my chapter, I try to promote this public discourse to help explain women's involvement in the criminal justice system in a context that examines the rise of incarcerated women, their adverse consequences that has on the familial bond between mother and child, the challenges in maintaining that parental relationship, and also different policies in order to reduce the negative effects that incarceration has on women, family, and their reentry efforts. So in doing my dissertation, which was in the mid-2000s, graduated in 2007, at the time, the statistics said that the rate of women in prison was 4%. Today, women constitute approximately 7% of the total U.S. prison population. Specifically, the war on drugs, the Get Tough on Crime campaigns during the 1980s prompted politicians to create laws and policies which resulted in a large proportion of these women being sentenced on drug-related offenses. For the past several decades, significant attention has been given to issues related to women's involvement in the criminal justice system, and keeping in perspective in some of the research, you have to include the works of Kathleen Daly, who looked at the pathways of female criminality, recognizing that the influence of women's location and situations to explain how women came to break the law. Daly's work is still relevant today as academics and theorists view nonviolent offenses as crimes of survival. When you think about the pathway research, common themes that come up is primarily for women, substance abuse and survival of that abuse and poverty. So what are these collateral damages? Incarcerated females are more likely to experience multiple deficits such as various forms of abuse, trauma, mental illness, poverty, adequate or lack of health care. Maternal incarceration may result in more adverse consequences for children than parental. Because when you think about it, when a mom who is the sole, female head of household, the primary caregiver, when she's arrested, where are the children going? It's a difference, of course, when the father is incarcerated. The mom is at least still there. So that child's care has been challenged. You either have them being placed in foster care or another kinship or another type of relative. You have a lot of youths in foster care systems who are in that system probably more likely to have behavioral problems. Incarcerated parents whose children who are in foster care are susceptible to having their parental rights terminated, especially between the mother and child. Over the past several decades, researchers and criminal justice practitioners have formulated policy recommendations regarding incarcerated women, their children, and families. So you come to this complex problem and you ask yourself this question, what can we do from a policy perspective to mitigate the adverse consequences that affect not only imprisoned women, but also their children and the overall family dynamic? So we have on a broader scale, on a national level, the Dignity for Incarcerated Women Act, which was introduced this summer, designed to change how federal prisons treat incarcerated women in order to curtail the negative impact maternal incarceration has on familial relationships, particularly for children. But with more women involved in the criminal justice system, reentry efforts on the local level needs to focus on the uniqueness of this particular population. So I had the opportunity through a 2014, I'm a 2014 fellow for the Open Society Institute, Baltimore. And I also have a collaborative relationship with a nonprofit agency in Baltimore called Alternative Directions Incorporated. Through the partnership with ADI, I'm just going to say ADI from this point, and being a fellow at OSI, I've been able to create what I feel to be a cutting-edge, innovative program called Helping Others to Win. As a part of my fellowship, which lasted about 18 months, I really wanted Helping Others to Win to promote and stimulate social change, and to establish a foundation for lifelong learning, personal growth, social responsibility for marginalized women to the Baltimore community, and hopefully expand it to global units. Helping Others to Win is dedicated to improving skills and outcomes for women in transition from prison. And I don't really like to use ex-offenders or inmates or ex-cons. I really want to change the dialogue and how we view these persons. So I like to say men and women or persons in transition, and if you have to give it a context, then say from prison. So improving skills and outcomes for women in transition from prison, my focal points are the areas of recidivism, civic engagement and advocacy, relationship building, educational, employment, financial literacy, and decision making. Now that's a lot for one person to do, right? But I feel like I'm dedicated to do that because I've been given so many talents and skills that I want to give back to this population. Helping Others to Win is significant because it is an innovative reentry and public service program that invests in human capital. We're all here today because we have some sort of investment in the populations that we serve, be it in law, policy, government, whatever that is, we have that investment. By placing an investment on these women, Helping Others to Win strives to bring forth viable skill sets and allow them to reach their full potential of success and sustainability as they re-enter their communities and families. I'll never forget, one of the ladies in my program came up to me and she says, "Ms. Seabrook, you really want me to do all this stuff you're asking me to do with regards to programming and going to classes and everything?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I do." And she just kept looking at me, and I said, "You know, I expect you to succeed and complete my program." And she said, "I've never had anyone to expect anything from me." And those are the things that I challenge them because I'm in the trenches. I'm in the heart of what communities want in order to, if we're saying that we want to help men and women come out of prison, then we really need to mean it and own it and really develop programs and policies that's going to help them become the productive citizens that we want them to be. So my program is divided into several levels. Level 1 is the cognitive behavioral treatment. I've been trained in moral recognition therapy, reasoning and rehabilitation, thinking for a change, all of these wonderful ones.
And they work.
And they work.
Except when I did it, but they usually work.
I make it work.
Yeah, good.
I make it work. But the one that I guess I'm closest to is reasoning and rehabilitation, because that's the first one I was trained in. But because the authors of the program, Robert Ross, it's a Canadian program, they actually expanded it now to reasoning and rehabilitation 2 for girls and young women, because they're addressing the totality of women and providing cognitive reasoning for women. Level 2 is education, which I had the opportunity to get an internal grant, me and another colleague at University of Baltimore. It's called the You Belong Pathway to College program. It's a preparatory math course that we give to the ladies because they have shown an interest in getting their associate's degree. So we want to get them increasing their math level skills so when they take the AccuPlacer, they can place higher than normal. Level 3 is employment. Level 4 is financial literacy, not so much of just balancing a checkbook, even though I need to learn how to balance my own checkbook, but really understand the investment education. What is a 401k? Looking at your savings account and say, hey, I want to set my monies up for retirement. Level 5, the last one, is civic engagement, relationship building, advocacy, and mentoring. I want these ladies to have a voice, to feel empowered, that there's nothing to be ashamed of. These women come in my classrooms, they give lectures, they just speak from the heart about what their life and their journey was like, what prison was like for them. I actually had a young lady speak at a national conference, the American Society of Criminology conference. I want them to get out of themselves and see that, yeah, you have a story to tell, and people want to hear it. I want helping others to win to afford women in transition from prison the opportunity to obtain necessary reentry services and evidence-based programming via a stimulating educational setting. What we got? What circle? All right. To date, I'm proud to say 31 women have participated in my program. Of the 31, 17 fully completed all 5 levels. 9 did not complete for various reasons, and 5 women are currently participating in various aspects of the program. Of the 17, we celebrated their success with a highly publicized event in which family members, friends, supporters to include various Maryland and Baltimore city lawmakers, community grassroots organizers, and college educators. Since the program's inception, the women have accomplished several goals: gaining employment, completion of their associate's degree, completion of the math course, obtaining housing, presenters in a classroom, conferences. One thing, reuniting with their children and grandchildren. That was important to me because, of course, while they were in prison, their kids grew up and had their own family, so it's now trying to rebuild. And the one thing we always love to hear when they say no to drugs. Last thoughts, I'm currently in the final phases of my own program's evaluation. It is my hope that helping others to win will translate into foundational knowledge that can inform scholarship and best practices for future research and program effectiveness in the corrections and community corrections field. It is also my hope and goal for this chapter to spark a conversation that will lead everyone to have a call of action in their hearts in order to stimulate and create social change and advocate for legislative policies and programs that reduces the marginalization incarcerated women face and the negative consequences that maternal incarceration has on their children and other family members. Did I do well?
You did well.
Thank you.
So let me throw out the first question for Andrea. So you were ahead of the game. You were already working with the prison. You were working with people inside. If I'm an academic at a university and I want to encourage my university to get involved, you know, what words do you have to that academic? That's part one. Part two, when I went to Jessup, you had leadership from the state correction department there. At our conference, you had a state secretary speak. How do we engage state leaders correctional? Because that's going to be important. What do you tell those people?
Hard questions. So the first one, thinking about an academic who wants to start this up and wants to do this.
Yep.
So I've had people actually reach out to me recently, a group in Connecticut University there who wants to start this up and wants to do this work. And, you know, what I told them was that you need leadership on campus who wants this to happen. You know, our president, President Schmoke, former mayor of Baltimore, cared about this, saw this as really important. We're not making any money here, but he sees this as, you know, an initiative where, we're helping the city of Baltimore, and that's what the University of Baltimore is all about, helping the city and helping the citizens within the city. So for us, it fit well with our mission for the university. So starting with your leadership, they have to want it, they have to see it as important to their mission. That's number one. Second to that is needing the staff who also care about it and will just work really, really hard, even when you're not getting paid, to do this work, because it is a lot to set it up. So the buy-in, the staff, that all needs to happen at the forefront. And then correctional people caring about this getting involved.
Yeah, because the second chance program required, you've got to get buy-in
Yeah.
from correctional leadership. How do we, because some of our professors may have never worked with correctional leadership. What do we do?
Right. I would like to say also in the state of Maryland, we do have leadership that cares about these initiatives, and they want us in their prisons. They open their doors to us. They allow us to be there. They allow us to do this work. In JCI, where we're operating, they've dedicated a housing unit for us so we can have our program, because prisons don't always have the capacity for new programs to come in. So they met us halfway to try to make sure that our program could expand, which is why we moved to this place. So again, it's the leadership that cares and support this. In the state of Maryland, unfortunately, the funding from the state is not there, which I would love for the state of Maryland to move towards. Other states like Texas and California, they have that funding structure, which I feel like is missing in a lot of places. But that's part of it as well. But, the buy-in, the caring about this and wanting it in the state is part of the process.
Linda, you talked about New York. It's a pretty big place. A lot of, some would say bureaucracy, some would say a lot of government. You mentioned you made a good distinction. One, the social impact bond worked. The results were not what we wanted. What were some of the bureaucratic institutional challenges or competition between who's going to own this? Because you had state government, you had local government, you had facilities. That's going to play a big role when governors and mayors are thinking about this. Help us think about that.
Yeah, so in our case, so it was the city, and I think a really hard part is that the model didn't exist in the U.S., and there were no sort of technical assistance providers who were guiding us along. So we were really groping in the dark on doing it. And I think the answer to your question is trust, but because it's not about any one person owning it, but about everybody who's involved, collaborating in a shared ownership of it. And I think if you do have a case where, if MDRC owned it against the interests of corrections, or if corrections owned it, but, against the interests of, of City Hall, or, it wouldn't, I don't think it could work. I think trust is really essential when you're doing system level work. Okay. As this social impact bond work has happened across the country, I think in general, people, they like it simpler. There's the classic wrong pocket problem, like the cost of your bad outcome is borne by somebody else's system, and so if you try to fix it, you don't get the savings, it's in their pocket. And so, if you need multiple organizations in order to have the financial end of it come together, then it increases the complication. If you need multiple organizations in order to actually implement, and so we had nonprofits, we had the school system, we had the correction system, and so that made it more complicated. So a lot of the SIB funding tends to now, they're kind of regressing to the simplest models possible, where the savings are in the same institution and it's all, wrapped up tightly. I think that leaves a lot of, way too many opportunities on the table, and the challenge, I think, needs to be tackled with just good governance models and a lot of clear articulation up front around what's the shared vision, the shared goals that everybody is working toward. And if you can bind people together on that level, then all of the government bureaucracy can be overcome.
Okay. Rita, you had a heavy opening about women afterthought in the process. We know that to do this work, government is definitely one player. nonprofits or others, part of the work you're doing. If I'm a governor, if I'm a mayor, if I'm an investor, and I'm interested in knowing how nonprofits can help them do what they're trying to do, what would you say?
So one of the things that, as I'm working with Alternative Directions, for example, they have a solid relationship with the Maryland Parole Commission. And so with that particular nonprofit that focuses on women, they made sure they had the buy-in with the corrections. And so with that, as women are being released, they go directly to Alternative Directions. So it was easy for me to pull for my program from them. Another advantage, I just received the University Systems of Maryland's Excellence in Public Service. And one of the things that Senator Barbara Mikulski said in the description of my program was that it was a miracle program. And so I just feel like the timing was perfect in terms of me being a part of the Open Society Fellowship, to be able to put my vision of a reentry service into practice, to really be able to, and I made sure that at each graduation, I called on government officials and politicians within Baltimore City to come to graduation to see what the program was like, to see these women succeed, even though they just finished the first level.
Sure.
But I wanted the city of Baltimore to see that there is hope. Because every time you turn on the television, you just get so, me anyway, you just see all the negativity.
Right.
And we have so much positive things going on, but they're just not highlighted the way that they should be. And so I felt that I needed to broadcast it myself and put it out there for these politicians who are making these policies to see there are programs out there that's truly working for the public.
One constant theme I see between all of you is the issue of trust. You know, what we're going to do is open it up to the audience for any questions. As with panel one, just give us your name and affiliation and who you want to address it to. We have a mic coming to you in 5 seconds.
Hi, I'm Martin Worcester, Capital Research Center. Question for Professor Cantora. Have you noticed any changes in the Second Chance Pell program under Secretary DeVos?
Okay.
The program is still going on, so there has been no change. There really hasn't been any change. It's still continuing. So it did start under Obama, and it's going. So no changes.
See a question over here.
Thanks. Caitlin Schnorr, Heartland Alliance, National Initiatives on Poverty and Economic Opportunity. My question is for Linda. We've been thinking on my team a lot about the role of therapeutic interventions on reducing recidivism, violence, hopefully on increasing engagement in the labor market as well. I'm curious if you could speak a little bit more to why you think the CBT intervention didn't work in your setting. I wrote down, like, you talked about how it was kind of a chaotic environment. There were people coming and going. I was wondering about, like, fidelity to the curriculum, or if you received any feedback from participants about if it just didn't resonate with them. So I'd just be curious to hear a little bit more about that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So one really great thing to know is that the program has actually been restarted on Rikers after some tweaking. One thing that several things have changed. The first is that, and under the SIB, it was done in the educational setting. So there's Department of Education school on Rikers. And most of the kids' daily schedule was structured through the school, so it was the easiest place administratively to sort of slot in sort of classes of the program. And quite frankly, it was easier dealing with the school officials than the corrections officers. In the restarted program, it's not being done in the school setting. It's being done in the housing units with the corrections officers. And this gets back to that issue of buy-in of all organizations. When we implemented the program, there was a kind of a cohort of very reform-minded officers who were championing the program internally. But for the most part, there was like maybe scorn or derision might have been like the better attitude to describe the remaining officers. Now I'm going to be out of my turf, so I'm totally 100% open to correction here. This is the way I processed lesson number 2. In CBT and moral recognition therapy in particular, there's a series of classes, like you progress through the steps, and a big part of the breakthrough milestones is when you stand up in front of your peers, your loved ones, your colleagues, and you say, I know I've done things that have harmed you that were wrong, and I am dealing with that, and I am trying to be a better person. You do that on Rikers Island, and you're dead meat, right? And so we didn't completely appreciate, we knew it was going to be tough, but we're like, oh, we're going to find like-minded kids who are going to do this together. The kids, we couldn't make that happen and allow them to feel safe. So this was not like, oh, come on, they're adolescents, we'll help them get over it. This is about like survival and safety. And so, so we had to modify the model in order to allow them alternative approaches to doing kind of that self-revelation. Did I do okay?
Yes.
I did okay? Okay.
Yes.
And we've built that into the new model, but that, again, because people, you know it doesn't work, you can't say exactly why it didn't work. And so the theories, one, that we needed to get more buy-in from the institution as a whole. 2, we needed to adapt the model in ways that allowed kids to participate in a way that they felt safe. And then third, the third big one was that because the way it works is that there's actually impact, the evidence shows impact at stages along I think it's 11 steps. And so if you can get past the 5th step, there's evidence of impact. If you can get past the 10th step. And so we got a lot of kids through step 5, but then we got very few through the subsequent steps because they're there for short periods of time. And so the third change that we're making is we're building community-based follow-through so that when they leave, it doesn't fall off a cliff, that there's actually community-based providers that can pick them up and they can continue the work once they leave.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the last question before we go to lunch. No pressure that you're asking a question right before lunch. There's a mic behind you.
Thank you. We're knocking our heads against the wall.
People may not know who you are.
Oh.
Yep.
Retired from state of Maryland, correctional education, then working with CURE as a volunteer and PD Green. We're knocking our heads against the wall and talking to each other. We're not getting good media coverage. You turn on television, as you alluded to, it's the negative stuff. When I was at the ACA conference in August, the secretaries of public safety, the leaders of the state systems, the federal system, talked about that. They suffer from it too, and they would really like good press. And so they had a whole session on use of social media and continuous putting out the good stuff that's happening. I know research is not very, we had this debate this morning about research, but there are a lot of good things that are happening. Jackson State, for example, the director of Michigan, used that example of the 40% people on the dean's list versus 3% in the general population of college, and did a series of events about that. And and that's a risk taking because college, who wants them to go to college? But if people see that people do better in college and do much better than other people, and that these are folks that we don't expect to do well, and they do. If we get more positive messages about what happens, how do we do that? How do we get the media to pay attention to that? You just get 5 minutes at the end of CNN in the morning about good things that go on, but 55 other minutes of the hour is all about all the crap we see in politics and what have you. How do we need that help because we're not going to change anything. We're just talking to ourselves.
Okay. Who wants to take that? One or two or all of you?
Okay. Like I said, for me, I just kept calling, I just kept inviting, and they came. Um, I wrote an op-ed in the Daily Record. I just keep putting stuff out there. A lot of people may say it's self-promoting of my program, say what you want, but I feel like it works. And I want people to, not only that, I think we need to speak to the communities themselves and speak to the people where they live and ask them what they want, getting other people out there, just making noise, but in a positive way, but just constantly making those phone calls. Excuse me?
How can we create 15 more of you in what you're doing?
I'm tired.
And also funding.
Well, and it's interesting, another, and this may be for the folks who lean more on the evaluation and research side of the world, when we have a good study, we got to find a person, a face, a participant. We got to humanize it. Sometimes, when we're in the academic side of our brain, we're really excited, 23% increase over, 3 years, and we think that everybody's going to stand up and shout, and people just switch the channel. But if you can show a person who is the beneficiary of that intervention and the life they're leading now, then I think that you need to connect a real human to the results.
Humanizing the statistics. Andrea, anything?
I agree.
Okay.
See lunch.
All right, well, before we end, first of all, let's give a round of applause for our panelists. Elizabeth has an announcement to make in the back.
Thanks. We're going to break for lunch, as Gerard said, and then we're going to reconvene at 12:15 for our lunch panel. So just grab lunch right out here. But please be sure to use the left side doors that are open right now. Don't go over through the door that was just open. Don't go in that one. Go on the left one. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Again, welcome you back. We are going to begin our lunchtime panel. Enjoy your your food with everyone else. I'm going to thank my table over here. We had a great conversation. In fact, the young man here said, "Oh, I'm at the reserve table." I'm like, "You're home. You're in a good spot." So panel one looked at one subject, panel two another. It's time now to take a look at what it's like to actually be in prison and to take classes and to understand what that looks like. And so we've got three people who are qualified to be a part of this discussion. I'm going to introduce the person to my furthest right and then move forward, and he or she will speak in that order. First, we have John Huffington. Welcome back again to AEI from Living Classrooms. John and everyone's bio is inside of your, the package that you have or online, and so won't go more into detail. Everything I'm going to say about him, I'll just wait because I'll bring it in with questions. But John's been here before with AEI. He was part of our original 52 when we had our first meeting, and glad he's here. I also did an interview with John this morning, so the next couple of weeks you can actually watch that online. I want to welcome Karen Jones to the AEI family. First time she's with us. What I will say about John is John spent 32 years in prison, 10 years on death row, and was involved in education. He will share that. Ms. Karen Jones spent 6 years in a Maryland prison. She's out and she's now working with OCD office cleaners. While she was incarcerated, she took courses at Goucher Prison Education Program. They've got some of their leadership in here today. Again, another good Maryland connection. Grant Dewey is with us right now. He's an advisor to AEI. He spends time in prison, but for a different viewpoint. He's a researcher. He's director of research for the Minnesota Department of Corrections. He's the author of a book. And in fact, he just published it that we released today, an article about what does the research tell us about prison reentry, and that's a part of our AEI hashtag Education for Liberation link. So, John, we'll just start with you as a conversation. When you hear someone say, you can't get an education in prison, no way you can do it, what do you say?
Proof that you can. With a lot of help. I mean, first and foremost, we need the program to exist. We need the Gouchers and the UBs and everybody else to want to come in and have the support in order to operate inside. But again, as far as the inmate population, first of all, it's like the same way on the street. When you have a returning adult going to college, it's a lot different than a teenager that just matriculated from high school. An adult wants to be there. I think that's compounded exponentially by being incarcerated. Most of the folk that come into the college program, the ones I was around and the ones I still associate with today, are there because they know they need that. They need the education that they're going to get. It's not a piece of paper. It's the education. There's already so many strikes against somebody coming out that a piece of paper, a resume is not going to get you where you need to go. You've got to have the education and what that brings with it. And, obviously education, brings empowerment. And with empowerment, you get confidence. And when you're confident, you can succeed. And that is so crucial to a successful reentry.
Karen, your story.
So my story, and I'm going to cater it to education.
Sure.
My story is that, and Amy, the director of the GPEP program at Goucher, will tell you that I am a cynic. And if I were asked that question when I was in prison, it would have been for something to do, something productive to do. I thought that the program was going to be watered down. I was the one rolling my eyes. I was the one when the professor looked away, and we had fundraisers there, and with their just clacky shoes all over the place, and I would hold up a sign that says, please don't feed the inmates, because that's how I got through prison, with my cynicism and my wit and my charm. And now I see that not only do you need education in prison, everybody in this room, everybody in society, I, a member of society now, want people to have it because it is redemptive. It is the thing that really changed my course. A lot of people might think, oh, she's white, so she'll be fine. I mean, that's unfortunately a reality of our society. She's going to go back to the suburbs. But what they don't know is that I'm a first-generation immigrant. My parents gave up everything to come to this country, and it wasn't for me to be a felon. It was for me to get my education. I now live in a great community, and If somebody moves in and they were in prison, I would appreciate it if they went to school as well. And now that's just part of my passion, part of what I do. I was invited, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and for writing a paper to contribute to the book. And my story is in there, and in it, it really is about redemption. It really is about being made whole. So prison is an institution of dehumanization, and nobody ever really wants to look at it. This is America, we're first world, it's great, it's not great, it's awful. And they strip away at your humanity. Some people say that's their job. I think that maybe that's a part of it, not really the dehumanization part of it, but it's supposed to be punitive. So education is the restoration of that humanization.
You know, Jody in first panel, she talked about the Second Chance Pell Act, 1994. Andrea in her chapter said some things about it as well. John, you got a unique story about 1994 and the Pell Grant. Tell us about that.
I do. I mean, I originally enrolled in the college program. At the time, it was very robust. You know, we had Coppin State University, we had BCCC, and we had Morgan State, all offering, you know, full bachelor degrees. And I had enrolled when I first got to the Maryland Penitentiary, but I withdrew because I'd won a new trial and got involved in my case more. So by the time I went back, it was less. It was Coppin and Morgan were still there. So I enrolled. I was degree seeking. I was approved for 2 degrees. My degree was a bachelor in management science and a bachelor in abnormal psych. Then unfortunately, it was my junior year where they took away the Pell Grant. Congress eliminated access to prisoners nationwide based on a lot of miscommunication and rhetoric about, you know, the usage of the Pell Grant by convicts. As we know, is less than 1% across the country, but, you know, folk felt some kind of way. It was an easy political foundation for a candidate, I guess, or what have you, to make smoke about, without really looking at what we're here talking about now, the benefits and the ramifications of it. So again, I lost my senior year, but fortunately, being a dual degree, I had enough credits. I mean, even on the way out there, I had to take, I think I took 7 classes, and then I had to challenge 2 by examination. So I had 9 courses that last semester. But for me, as I was saying before, as an adult, and going back into the college program, I felt like I really, you know, needed to prove something, and I was really just thirsty to learn and to have that experience. So, you know, I got my first pop quiz and scored an A on it. So from that point, I never looked back. Like, it was always a challenge. There was a few of us in the class that kind of competed with each other. You know, if he got a 92, I had to have a 94. It was always about, you know, doing the best that we could. So I was very fortunate. I did graduate 4.0, and I did manage to secure my management science degree. Thank you. So I have a BS in management science with a concentration in economics and finance, and I got my minor in abnormal psych. So I never quite got that degree, but, you know, time will tell. So, you know, again, I was able to come out just barely, you know, by the nick of my teeth, so to speak, as they took that away. And, you know, since that time, George Soros and Open Society Foundation started funding some college classes, not enough for a degree, but they instituted that. And from that, you know, Goucher and the other organizations, UB, have been able to build on that. And this, you know, the renewed Second Chance Pell Act has been helpful, but again, we're fighting for its survival right now. So it's just so crucial. As Karen pointed out, you know, I work in reentry now. I oversee one of the largest reentry programs in Maryland, I believe. And, you know, there's a marked difference in somebody that comes out with an education versus somebody that doesn't. And as far as their, you know, success and their full reintegration, you know, and not limiting themselves to entry level, but to be able to get what we would call a sustainable income job, to be able to survive and support their family. Without education, you're just missing so many components. And it's time that can be utilized to an advantage if we do it while they're inside.
So Karen mentioned that she's one of the people writing a chapter for us. We actually have 3 people currently incarcerated who are writing for a chapter that we have, and we have 3 people who were, and she's part of that process. You mentioned a couple of things. Number one point we haven't talked about, immigrant families or immigration. roles at play? Number two, when you were a student, what was your aha moment to say, you know what, I want to make this work, and here is why?
My aha moment really was, I don't think Amy knows this. It was actually a meeting that we were having in the library one day. And when I started, Goucher was not the sponsoring college at the university. It was actually through a community college. And that's when my cynicism was at its peak. I really expected it to be watered down. I expected no one to expect much from me. And I didn't expect my voice to matter, my opinions to matter. When Goucher came along, the community college was great, and it gave me so much opportunity to learn so much and to build sort of this tight-knit group of supporters, like you said, you know, somebody to compete with, somebody to really just like-minded individuals to go through this process with. When Goucher came along, I remember we were in the library, which any chance you can go to a library in a prison, go, because that's where the air conditioning is. So go there first. Amy was talking to us about her experience and giving us a little bit about her story. And I'm internally rolling my eyes, but trying to be polite. And she talked about how her grandfather had come over. And I can't remember the details of the story, but that's when I just kind of went back into the core of who I was, instead of working so hard on being a skeptic and trying so hard to just be defensive all the time, lest somebody say something else, lest somebody put me down, lest somebody not expect something of me, and I know I have it in me to expect great things of me. And I thought, wow, that's my story too. Here I've been the anti, here I've been working so hard, you know, at the wrong thing. And here I have this amazing opportunity with these amazing people that are coming in, and they're not coming in to look down on me. They're coming in to give me an opportunity. They don't have to do this. They could actually be doing something better than being in a prison right now. And that was just my moment of like, that's my story too. Those are my parents. My parents came here and had nothing. I remember there not being enough food to go around, and my mom always coming up with some excuse of like, oh, I ate earlier. And I thought, oh, okay, so I'll just eat more. And she didn't eat earlier. You know, there wasn't always enough to get to that paycheck. And I thought, no, I have such a huge responsibility. And then I started to really take a look at everything that was going on around me. So I started to look at what was going on inside of me, and my responsibility to my parents, and my responsibility to my family. I have children, my responsibility to them to not let them be a statistic just because of where I was and the decisions that I made. I really started to like take a look at what was going on around me as well. And in prison, there is this culture that surrounds the students of there's something special about them, and we can't quite put our finger on it, but we kind of want to get there too. And so it kind of helps you, you know, put your shoulder back a little bit and walk a little straighter and get to class, and you become a part of this culture, and it just really spreads into the institution. So maybe at the time, 40 of us were in college. We were in classes. We were racing here, racing there, go here, go there. But 800 of us were looking. And the weight of that was also part of the responsibility. And so I started to kind of just, this paradigm shift took place within me of, I have to honor this. I can't just be this, I'm still a cynic, I'm still that person, I'm always going to be that person. But the weight of it really just started to settle into me and into my goals, and I'm so grateful for that moment in the air conditioning.
So Grant, like some of our other panelists, you earned a PhD. Some people decide to go the academic route, become a university-based professor. You decided to take your intellectual curiosity and work at the state level. Talk to us about that journey and what attracted you to this line of work as a researcher looking at reentry in education.
Well, first off, thanks for the invitation to be here. It's really an honor to be here today. I think When I was finishing up my PhD, I had been in academia for what seemed like forever. So I wanted to get away. So I was taking a job with the Minnesota Department of Corrections actually seemed like a good idea at the time. And the interesting thing is, I really, when I was getting my PhD, I really didn't have much training in corrections. I got my PhD in criminology, but I took courses in other areas. But when I started with the Minnesota Department of Corrections, I quickly realized I got hooked. It's like, this is what I should be doing. This is something that just, and still to this day, I don't know if I can really fully articulate it, but it's just, there's just something about, working in the corrections field. It just pulled me in. And so, but I think, one of the big reasons why I've stayed is because I do see that there is a chance to have a significant impact on our society, whether it's locally or nationally. One of the things that I sometimes talk about my kids is like, sometimes they'll complain about how their sports teams are doing and they're not doing well, and I'll say, but look at all the room that you have to improve there. And so it's kind of the same thing with our correction system. That look at all the improvement that we can make here. And so I think that's another reason why it's kind of attracted me, is that I see that there is so many ways in which we can improve the way that we do corrections, or how we run our prison systems.
You have authored a book about Angola, a tough prison in the state of Louisiana, particularly the role of faith-based work. Previous panel, when I'd spoken to Renita, again, there's non-government actors who are going to be involved in this work. Tell us a little bit about that project and what we should know about it.
The Angola project, which I was very privileged to be a part of, it's with Byron Johnson, Soon Jun Jang, Josh Hayes from Baylor University, and Michael Hallett from North Florida University. And so we were in this 4 to 5 year project where we were looking at this Bible college that started at Angola. And the interesting thing is that it's been mentioned several times that the Pell Grant was taken away in 1994 for those who are in prison. Well, the whole idea behind starting this Bible college at Angola was because of that Pell Grant being taken away. And so, is anyone here from Louisiana? I know a gentleman earlier mentioned he was from Parchman. So, okay. No? So
but I'm sure everyone loves gumbo, so that's close enough.
But so one of the interesting things about Louisiana is that it's had the nation's highest imprisonment rate for the last 25 years, and it's based largely on its draconian sentencing policies. But the interesting thing about the Bible College is that here you have this progressive development in a state that has very regressive prison policies. And so this Bible college started in conjunction with the local Baptist seminary. And so some individuals at Angola were given an opportunity to get a 4-year degree. And one of the other interesting things about Angola is that most of the individuals who are there, they're there for a life sentence. And in Louisiana, life, it means life. No one's getting paroled. And so one of the claims that has long been made about the Bible College there at Angola is that it is a big factor in why violence and misconduct have decreased over time. That's part of it, but another part of it has to do with the fact that when you incarcerate a lot of individuals who have committed a horrific crime, but they have very little criminal history, and this is the one place where they're going to spend the rest of their lives. And as they get older, they start to age out of some of this behavior. And so you're kind of creating an environment where even without the Bible College, you're going to see an improvement in behavior. But that's not to say that the Bible College hasn't had a positive impact, because that's one of the things that we have seen there. But our mission with this project was to kind of, take a deeper look at this Bible college program, because there have been a little more than 250 individuals who have served time at Angola who have been able to get a 4-year degree in this Bible college. So it has had a positive impact there. Whether it's had a really positive impact on the broader culture of the prison, which is one of the claims that's been made, that was a little more difficult for us to kind of investigate that.
So this is for Karen and John. Earlier today, but also in the general narrative, we'll raise the question, does a program work? Now, people will look at you two and say, you know what? Education, in fact, worked for them. How would you, I guess, consult to the research community, the policy community, on how to define what works as two people who are inside in an education program?
Okay, easy one. Well, I think, we heard earlier too, like studies are very hard to quantify. I think what we have that is a telling factor is two things. One, it is two things that we know reduces recidivism, and that is higher education and employment job training. So my view is that it's a combination thereof. I don't think you could just lay it onto one or the other. I think that, from our experiences, that education, again, it empowers the individual, because reentry starts with the individual. We collectively can, postulate about what works and what doesn't, but it's the individual that's going to decide pretty much early on what's going to work or not work for them. Karen pointed out, we come with a healthy degree of cynicism towards any program, especially while we're inside. But what's telling about education, and again, Karen hit this on the head, is that it does create a culture. It creates an environment of pride, of self-worth, and of achievement. We were recently at JCI, we did a reentry workshop or a seminar. We brought a lot of providers in. Actually had Ray Lewis come and motivate everybody, and did a great speech. We're partners with his organization, Power 52, and do solar training. But the interesting component of that day that I took away from the event was when Andrea stood up, and she was there representing University of Baltimore, who has a college program in there, and had her students stand up. And the way they stood up and the pride that they took in acknowledging that they were students was very telling, and it brought me back, it harkened me back to when I was in there, and the pride that we took and the challenge that we took in taking that on. So I just think that it's a combination of the programs themselves and the opportunities. Like, we can't look at anything as an individualized silo, and that's part of the problem now, and corrections does that all the time. They'll look at what, in our state, what Dollar's doing, or our correctional industries are doing, or what have you, but not necessarily linking them up and saying, okay, if we do these together, and then we have a very comprehensive reentry vehicle or protocol that we can follow to ensure that the individuals can be successful. Because that's part of the problem now. We'll give a college education, or we'll give the job training, and then they transfer, and they'll go to a minimum security where those programs might not exist, or they'll get released, and there's not that follow-up. There's not that connection that allows you to say, what is your support system when you go, come out? Do you have your IDs? Do you have a place to live? Do you have child support that's going to interfere with your driver's license? Do you have employment opportunities? These are the things where we as community-based organizations can partner up with the state and the local educational organizations and institutions to really create a comprehensive, plan that allows for, a very multi-layered approach to this. So that would be my view, and it has always been that we do need to do this as a community. We need to understand that we play a very significant role in that process.
I would probably ask them to define work, probably not as eloquently as Jody put it, but sometimes it's difficult for me to understand how people don't see that it works, because you can take a look at somebody like me or somebody like John, and we can dress up, and we can get good jobs, and we can use big words, and so then you say, oh great, okay, it works. why are we still having this conversation is sometimes where I get to, because it works and all of the data is there, but it's so much more than just data. It's so much more than at what percentage are we reducing recidivism. It is look at how we are affecting people and families and children, and when we restore people that needed restoration. And a lot of times it isn't because they were these people that needed to be fixed, and so we sent them to prison as an opportunity to fix them. Prison kind of broke them a little bit. And they found something. They found where they belong, to be a part of something that restored them, and that's generational. It just keeps going down. They take that restoration and they invest it back into their children. At no point did I ever take a parenting class through Goucher College, but I became a better person and a better mother, a more whole version of the woman that I'm meant to be because of education. And so I think sometimes we really have to take a step back and say, well, what is it that somebody's looking for here in an answer? Because if you want a statistic, I can give you that. But a lot of times I think that they need a story, and maybe that's what they don't have access to. And then just having a conversation, really. I don't know that I have, this is the answer that I would give, because I think that everybody asking the question might be coming from a different place.
There's likely someone who's watching this live who'll say, you know what, but you two again are the exceptions. But for sake of argument, when you're in prison, there were other people who had access to the same programs. Some of them took advantage. You two are examples. Some did not. What about those who did not? What do you think were factors that led to them not participating? Assuming access isn't a barrier and there were openings. Either one of you.
I think part of it might be hope. In my situation at the time, I was serving a double life sentence, and in Maryland, similar to Louisiana, life kind of means life. I mean, we have a governor. I mean, we're one of 3 states that requires a governor's signature, so the parole board can recommend you all at once, but the governor personally has to sign you out, and that doesn't happen, and it hasn't happened since Governor Glendenning. So, I think it's partly hope and understanding. I think times have changed in Maryland specifically, maybe across the country. There's more attention on reentry. There's more conversations like AEI has done in bringing all of us together. I'm very grateful for that, by the way. I think it's a national voice that you guys are creating here, and it needs to happen. So as more support comes into play, I think that's encouraging, because trust me, the prisons are the grapevine is better than AT&T or Verizon. I know for a fact they know about today, because I was actually on the phone with them earlier, but they're very much aware of what we do out here on their behalves, and as we do more, it's more encouraging for them to want to try and to understand that trying can result in success. And the more, Karen's right, we can dress up, and normally I don't, but for you I did today.
Thank you.
But, okay. But it is important for them to see us, not necessarily in our best clothes, but to see us, and again, in whatever degree you term success as, but to see the fact that there can be success. I think in Maryland, our greatest success story, and it was just on the Sunday morning show this week, is our Ungers. These are over 200 lifers that were released under a case called Unger. And out of that 201, these were the same folk that Paris Glendenning said he would never parole. Not one of them has committed a new crime and gone back. There's been zero recidivism. So it's a combination of things that impart hope and make somebody want to make that change, because otherwise, we heard this earlier, it's about a safe environment. It's about what the prison protocols are, what it takes to survive. And, we don't need to take that lightly, what it takes to survive in prison. And when we're asking somebody to make that change and to do something positive, that's going against the grain. That's going against your own personal safety issues at times. So the more we can encourage that, the more that we can show that there's outcomes to that, and the more that we'll be supportive of that, I think the more people would want to be a part of that and take advantage of that. Because folk just don't want to be bad. I mean, that's a very low percentage, even inside of the prison, of folk that just want to be bad. These are folk that make mistakes for whatever reason. And if we're going to believe in redemption, then we need to provide that opportunity. So.
Folks who just want to be bad. It's got a nice blues theme to it. Take a look at that. Karen,
Hashtag.
Hashtag, right? Hashtag don't be bad. I agree with John. I think that one thing that we have to remember here is that we're talking about human beings. We're talking about our neighbors. We're talking about mothers and fathers and sisters and brothers. We're not talking about robots. We are not talking about, all the stars aligned and now you have access to education, which in theory is wonderful, but it doesn't actually apply to everybody. But even if it did, my first year at MCIW, I was in a fog. I was in complete culture shock. I could not believe that I was in prison. I was watching Food Network one day, and I was in shackles the next day, and there's no Starbucks there, and there's just a lot of cussing, and there's just culture shock for me. If there had been a program, I probably wouldn't have known about it. I wasn't ready because I'm a human being. I miss my children. I had an infant that I was breastfeeding when I was incarcerated. And you can't just be like, well, here you go. Here's an application. Sign it, and you'll be in class tomorrow, because class can be there all day long. I'm not ready. And I think that, anytime you go into a prison, you're going to have people in all walks of life. It was said earlier that jails and prisons, two completely different things. And I am so grateful that I was in prison instead of jail, because prison is more settled. Prison, you have the people that have a life sentence, and they know, got to do this, and I've got to do it in the best way possible because it's just going to benefit them. I think that makes a difference too. If we remember that we were talking about humans, human beings, people that are at different places in their lives. So, maybe they all do have an opportunity, but they're not necessarily ready. And that's why it really is a huge part of maybe a bigger conversation of rehabilitation. How do we get them ready? And then when they are ready, how do we then support them to get an education? Because it's really the best thing for them, but for society as well.
So Grant, in Minnesota, you see a Karen, you see a John, you see the women in Renita's program. What do you tell the public when hearing these stories, but also the opposite side, that some things work, some don't work? How do you mesh all of this to make sense for the public dialogue?
Well, I think part of the response goes back to, and this has been mentioned before, that individuals who get released, or the vast majority of those individuals who are in prison are eventually going to get released at some point. And so when someone goes into prison and they get released, do you want them worse than before they came in, or do you want them better? And so I think, what the vast majority of the research suggests is that when individuals participate in programming while they're in prison, it does significantly improve outcomes. And these are outcomes not just focusing on recidivism. Recidivism gets the lion's share of attention, but there are other important outcomes like misconduct in prison. We know based on research that's been done, when individuals participate in programming, and it could very well be education programming. Education is great for a number of reasons, but one of the reasons has to do with economy of scale, because it can be delivered relatively inexpensively to a large number of people. I mean, that's not as interesting as a personal story, but it does matter. It matters because if you have 10,000 people in prison, and it's like, how can we get more people involved in programming? That economy of scale matters. Because one of the things that we do see is that when people come into prison, they get warehoused, or too many get warehoused. And we see this more on the adult side than with juveniles, but we have individuals who enter prison and then they eventually leave without participating in any programming. And so, the research that we've also done shows that when individuals get warehoused, it leads to worse recidivism outcomes, it leads to worse post-prison employment outcomes. And so, why would we expect warehousing to produce better outcomes? And so I think, going back to your original question, Gerard, is that provision of programming, whether it's education or other programming that the evidence suggests is effective in leading to good outcomes, that it's going to improve behavior in prison, and it's going to improve behavior after prison.
Ames, in the first panel, talked about the role of the law, his previous life, and what that will play. It made me think a lot about the role of correction officers. I've heard from some who say, you know what, and we heard it earlier, I just think there's something absolutely wrong about giving an education to someone who's incarcerated when my own child, who didn't commit a crime, or who's not here, is not getting. I'm sure it's not the first time you've heard it in the work you do in Minnesota. How do we think about that issue?
Well, that's always a difficult one, and I know that a couple of the responses earlier, focused on a couple of different aspects about it. That there's a public safety component, but then there's also a human dignity component to it too. And I would I think I would probably rely on both of those. That you're gonna, from a public safety perspective, it certainly makes sense. But then I just think from just a basic human decency that someone having an opportunity to participate in education programming, I do think that is important. Yeah.
Jennifer Collier, she's in the audience here today. We had an event on Capitol Hill a few weeks ago, and this question was raised. And I know in part of the work we do here at AEI for human dignity, you have people who throw confetti and you have people who won't throw confetti. And one of the things I say that in the dialogue about education and reentry is we also have to think about the families of the victims who in fact will never have an opportunity to see their son or their daughter or loved one go to college, or their grandchildren will grow up without a parent. And so when we do this work, in no way am I not cognizant that that's also a factor in the process. So this is for Karen and John, and then we'll turn it to the audience. If you were given a magic wand, and Linda was here, she still is, she was able to get you millions of dollars to set up a program funded by his social impact bond. No restraints. What three things would you do to design a program? And per se, does it have to lead to a degree? Most of our conversations have talked about associate, baccalaureate degree. What about licensure? What about certificate? I'll start with you, Karen.
Oh, that's tough. I've never been given that much money before.
That's why AEI is about enterprise and opportunity.
All about the change. I think that I would focus on education. I do believe in other forms of rehabilitation. I think that it's a big picture. I think that education is one of the biggest players in that picture. It's just something that is successful every single time. Even if it's not successful, even if the reduction of recidivism isn't 100%, by comparison, it is just, it's kind of like the bully on the playground. Like, it just works that much that it backs itself up. I would 100% support education, a follow through for education, because it's.
What does that look like?
When you're released, having more programs on the outside to actually help you, because, and it was said earlier, you're in prison and it's free and it's great. And then you're released and you have bills and you have kids and you have all of their needs, and they've already suffered so much because they are our victims as well. And it's just something that is hard to get back into. I'm struggling with that myself. I'm finally getting back in. And for me, it looks like one class per semester. I'm on the long road to that bachelor's degree because I have to be. So I would make it more accessible to, as part of reentry. And then with that, there would be a lot of reunification. My heart is obviously for women, because women are so easily forgotten about. Reunification with children. That would be another focus for me, because I think that's an investment into the next generation. There's so much data to support that. If one of your parents went to prison, then you are that much more likely. I think the number is staggering. I can't remember it offhand. But just to also invest in that generation, because it's generational, that generational growth, and sort of, going against the odds. It doesn't just have to end with me. So that would be my big investment.
Okay. John.
Funny you should ask about that. I have a proposal right now.
Well,
we do. actually partnered up with the University of Baltimore to do an entrepreneurship leadership training program behind the fence. I'm an advocate, as Karen, that education is the key. We're dealing with time, and it can be dead time or it can be useful time. And that's really what it comes down to. Can we use that time to make a difference? Because if we don't, others will. So when I talk about that, that's what the Department of Corrections would call your STGs, your security threat groups. If we, higher education or positive-minded organizations are not recruiting on the yard, they are. And then you get that byproduct. Folk will come out radicalized, or whatever word you want to use, to the wrong degree. I think that when we see that right now across our country, we're getting pulled in a lot of different directions, and the problem is that prisons are designed or tend to desocialize to start with. So again, if we want to ignore it, if we turn our backs to it, then all we do is make it a ripe and fertile ground for others that will want to recruit for not the positive reasons that education can produce, which would be successful reentry. Again, as Grant pointed out, I think it's over 75% of folk inside are coming home. That's a fact. So now we can decide as a society how that's going to look and what do we want the end product of that cycle to be. It's a small investment. It really is a small investment to take the time to provide education and then to rally the support systems to make that a positive, successful investor. So again, that would be my answer to supporting the educational and training programs that can exist or do exist.
When we mention the number of people who are released annually, we're looking at approximately 650,000 people, roughly the size of the city of Memphis, just to put that in context. So what we're going to do is open it up to a Q&A with the audience. I have a mic on both my left and right. Same protocol as before. Identify yourself and ask a question. Get someone up here.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to ask a question. I'm Claire Hebert. I'm an intern at the Cato Institute currently, and a recent graduate of the University of Maryland, where I also studied criminology. This question is specifically for Grant. Can you speak to sort of the economic returns that you've seen from some of these educational programs, speaking from both a correctional standpoint and from a state standpoint? And can you also talk a little bit about the difference between targeting these educational programs for youth and targeting them towards a prison population that's a lot older? As you said earlier, there is an aging out phenomenon in criminology, and so can you speak to how those educational programs differ across ages?
Yeah, thanks for those questions. So to address the first one, the return on investment that we see for educational programming, Minnesota's done quite a bit of work in this area, so has the state of Washington. And the research that does exist indicates that educational programming, whether it's delivered within a prison setting or it's delivered in more of a community-based setting, it does produce a significant return on investment. And within Minnesota, what we see is that for every dollar that we spend on educational programming, and this includes adult basic education as well as post-secondary educational programming, that it yields more than $3 in benefits. And usually the benefits refer to reduced recidivism. And so for every dollar spent, more than $3 for the return. When talking about educational programming across different age groups, we haven't had as much involvement in, or at least my research unit hasn't had as much involvement with the juvenile side as we have with the adult side. But one of the things that we do see, and I think it's important for folks to understand, is that even when adults enter the prison system, about 40% don't have a secondary degree. This is what we see in Minnesota. This is what we see across the country. And and some of you may be thinking to yourselves, well, it's 40%. Is that a lot? Well, when we look at adults in general, it's 12%. So for those people who are coming into prison, 40% versus 12%, about almost 3.5 times more likely to lack just a secondary, lack a high school degree or GED. And so there is a significant educational need for a lot of individuals who come into prison. And I think, one thing that's important for people to understand is that, that a lot of times we hear, we need to imprison individuals less. And one of the ways that we need to do that is we need to shorten prison times. And, to some extent that's true, but about 2/3 of prison admissions are probation violators and parole violators who come in and stay for very short periods of time. And so these are also the people who are more likely to be warehoused and who aren't going to participate in any programming. And so participation in education programming can be a big part in reducing that warehousing problem.
When we say education, we've primarily in the United States, it's 4 programs. There's adult basic education, and that would deal with some of the issues you're mentioning. There's adult secondary education, focused more on high school, GED. You then have CTE. In fact, we have an event tomorrow to focus on CTE, and then post-secondary education. So we have people in all different ranges who are involved here. So education is broad. We also have another speaker on the next panel, as a hint to stay around longer, who's going to go into the economics of prison reentry. I'm going to turn to this side. We have a question up here in the front.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask a question. I apologize for my voice. I'm Penel Ube on behalf of the American Friends Service Committee. I'm a policy fellow there. And my question goes to Karen and John. With your education and the opportunities you think it has awarded you, how do you think that has affected or helped you encounter the barriers to reentry, like not being able to get some licenses because you have a record, or housing, or jobs, and things like that? How do you think that has helped you sort of face those challenges, and how do you work towards, do you have some sort of, lobbying or advocacy programs that you're involved with that help to remove those reentries and barriers to reentry in the society? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. For me, and John spoke on this earlier, for me, education has really given me a sense of confidence in myself that I didn't have before. And that doesn't necessarily change what anyone is going to do or say, but it changes me when I go to approach something. So I don't think that all of the barriers will ever be removed. They're there for a reason. But education has kind of helped my hustle in a way, like my confidence in my hustle. So if you're going to tell me no, thank you, I'm going to figure out another way to do this. I actually this year started a business, and I've always had an entrepreneurial spirit, and I've always known that I don't always like people every minute of the day, so I really just kind of want to work for myself. And so when I looked at what is it that I want to do, maybe I can't do those things right now. I'm still on parole. Maybe I can't do those things right now. Education has sort of given me that confidence in myself to say, but I'm still capable of doing a lot. So maybe I can't do the thing that I want to do right now because I'm still working on finishing my education. I'm still working on really figuring out how is this thing that I went through, this thing that happened to me, how is this going to be a part of my story? Because it will be, and it won't be in vain. But let me go ahead and do something else that I can do right now. And so that's where I started my business earlier this year. And like I said, I don't think that it's always going to remove all of the barriers, but it is redemptive in that my charge is not one that is eligible for expungement, but I don't only have that anymore. That is something that will never go away from me. That is a sheet of paper, and it carries weight. But education carries weight as well. And it really is helping me personally to neutralize the weight of my charge and really just put myself out there in the world and say, okay, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I came home. And, I'm working on society being a better place for it.
Thank you again for the question. I'll be brief. For me, I give all the credit to the education I received. My situation, again, I was incarcerated for 32 years. I won a writ of actual innocence, so I came home without an issue of a record, but I also came home on bail because the remedy in my case was I was awarded a new trial. So literally today, sitting in front of you, I'm still on bail. I've been home for 4 years. And in that 4 years, I've been in this current position for a little over 2 years now. And I don't think I'd have that without an education, obviously. I mean, I have a staff of over 20. I oversee a program that has between 75 to 50 people, depending on the season, that are enrolled in our program. There's a lot of responsibility. There's 3 buildings in my portfolio, and, I manage a budget that's in the millions. And, we've been successful in launching 3 of our own companies, and helping folk, through our entrepreneurship incubator. So again, I don't think I would have been given that opportunity to lead, our department if I didn't have the education, and I wouldn't have had the education if it hadn't been for a Pell Grant. So I definitely attribute, whatever we deem success in my world as definitely going back to the education that I received. So,
Grant, you want to weigh in on this?
I don't know if I have much to offer.
Okay. You were at the Friends Society, Quaker Society. Worth mentioning again in the previous panel the importance of non-government actors. The Friends have been involved with work like this long before it became fashionable and noteworthy to do that. Is there a question on this side? In fact, yes, let me get a question over here.
Hi, my name is Fran Buntman. I teach at George Washington University, Criminal Justice, Sociology of Law, Corrections. But actually my question comes from some of the things I've learned as a teacher and the challenges that face students. I should also mention that my mom took 10 years to do her degree by correspondence in the olden days when you literally sent it in the mail. So I kind of grew up with that role model, which I think in part informs my question. So teaching at an elite private university, I'm fully aware of the huge amount of support students get. And I've also taught at non-elite institutions, and I've often seen how students often fall through the cracks because they aren't getting that support. People who are in prison learning at any level have got a whole lot of different set of obstacles. And while I think it's important to focus on success and achievement and all the reasons to have hope, I think it's also important to be realistic of the challenges people face in getting an education in prison, and they certainly don't have the resources my students have, and they still sometimes struggle. So my question is, what are the challenges that people in prison face about learning, not just for bachelor's or associates, but in any stage that people who are developing these programs, whether educators or administrators or grant writers, should be thinking about to cater to?
Anyone can take that.
Well, prison, we don't have internet, so there's no quick, easy, crib sheet to that. I think you're right. There's, we used to say in spite of, when we attend our graduation, and, that made it more the sense of accomplishment because you did have to face all the obstacles. And now, it's an interesting dynamic that the prison system's getting more supportive of it. They're creating housing units. They're, adding support systems in there for that. Whereas when I went through, we were kind of adrift. And as Karen pointed out, we created our own, inner community of support. So there's the learning pieces that you just don't have access to because DPSCS is always going to be a little bit, reluctant to allow folk to have internet access, and that's information and knowledge and access to it. So I think the teaching methods are going to be different, as well as just understanding for the teachers that work in there. And we've heard from several that you're dealing with a population that's going to be faced with a myriad of different issues and obstacles, and it comes into that classroom. So I'm sure you're part teacher and you're part counselor and you're part advocate on behalf of the student for the administration as well. So.
I think also one of the obstacles is that just the culture of prison. So like John said, there's no internet, so I think we can all remember how rough those days were. But that's a huge challenge. But one thing that is not highlighted a lot, because the stories are generally from the residents, is that the people that are coming into the institution, the more support there is in society and the longer that they come into the institution, the more grit these programs come in with. So the institution, because it is designed for safety, they're always going to have some barriers. I remember being in an art class and we got there and we had our supplies and one of those were like safety scissors, to, like we're joking that we have safety scissors, and then they took the safety scissors. And so it's things like that that you wouldn't think of. You know, you have to do a research project. You can't do research because you don't have the internet. Well, the professor has a research assistant do all of the research that you would do, and they just come in with boxes and boxes and boxes of things. So they're really kind of the unsung heroes, the professors, the volunteers, the tutors that come in, because they anticipate this. They come in and they have as much grit as we do. Oh, well, this class interferes with our normal dinner time, and dinner time at a prison is not going to change. And so they just kind of finagle another way to do it, and it's really this kind of trial and error. There are so many obstacles, but not one of them in all of my years that I was a student there were insurmountable.
Not speaking more on an organizational level, and this was mentioned earlier, but I think it really needs to be emphasized because it really doesn't get a whole lot of emphasis in public policy debate or even academic treatment of the subject, which is that, you know, a lot of prisons in this country were built decades ago, and were they built with the idea of how do we make this a place where all the people here can participate in as much programming as possible? No, it was built with the idea of how do we make these into safe and secure facilities that emphasize isolation. And so there is a scarcity of space available in which to provide programming. And that scarcity of space is exacerbated by the fact that a lot of facilities are operating at or above capacity. So while I think it's great for us to have discussions about education programming and then, you know, and it produces these good outcomes, and then the next question would be, well, how can we do more of it? Well, one of those limitations is going to be the amount of physical space that's available, because one of the things that you hear from prison administrators is, hey, we like to have individuals participate in this program because it means that they're engaged in activities and they're not involved in misconduct, or at least it limits the opportunities for misconduct, but we don't have enough space to do it. And so, I mean, that, you know, that's one of the limitations of significantly expanding education programming opportunities is the physical design layout.
I'm on the board of Respectability. It's a national nonprofit focused on children and adults who have disabilities. And so that's another dynamic that we have to look at in terms of providing education to students. You just made me think of one point. Elizabeth and I are working on, well, basically going to create a white paper, but we've interviewed correctional officers or participants in the Second Chance Pell Pilot Program. Because of this program, one university partnered with JSTOR to actually give students access to JSTOR. Big move. And another provider actually is working with another this is a for-profit, but to provide intranet access in a way that's going to link to outside databases to broaden that. And so just even with the experiments we have, we've got some new ways of looking at work. With anything, all good things must come to an end. It is now 1:14. I want to thank Grant for joining us as an AEI advisor. Glad your paper is out. Again, his paper is a part of our Dignity project we have here at AEI. Karen, first time meeting you. It won't surely be the last. Thank you for being kind enough to write for a chapter in our book. John, always good to have you here as part of the conversation. And with that, let's give everyone a round of applause. We're going to take a break for 5 minutes, and then we will have our last panel of the day. So this is the fourth panel. This is going to focus on reentry, and it's going to focus on reducing recidivism. Panel 1, case for education. Second panel looked at program and policies. The panel that we had were returning citizens and those who do research. And now we're going to talk to 3 other authors who are in our book. And each guy will talk about his perspective on this. I'm going to start with my friend in the middle, Will Heaton. We had a chance to meet. He's also part of the original 52. Will is Director of Policy and Public Affairs at the Center for Employment Opportunities. It's a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing immediate, effective, and comprehensive employment services to men and women with recent convictions. Elizabeth and I had an opportunity to travel to California and have a chance to see some people with CEO, but we also had a chance to go to New York and talk to some of his leadership. So glad he is a part of the conversation. Sitting next to me is Dr. Tom Stewart. He is the president of Patton University in Oakland, California, regionally accredited university in the area. And Tom, in fact, is not only someone who's been involved in social entrepreneurship for many years, but his dissertation at Harvard focused on particularly black men who were in prison. And so he's seen this from an academic standpoint, and now he's a president of a college that is actually awarding associate degrees to people in San Quentin. Last person is my colleague, Stan Vogler, who is a scholar here at AEI. He focuses on economics. His chapter is particularly focused on the economics of reentry. Will is going to talk about the role that employers and employment plays. We've heard that. And Tom is going to talk about the role of entrepreneurship in this space. And so what I'll do is turn it over to my AEI colleague, Stan, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Gerard, and thank you for having me on this panel and having me contribute to this book. The chapter I'm going to briefly discuss is joint work with Danny Schoeg, who's an associate professor at the Kennedy School. He's teaching today, so he couldn't join us. So you'll have to deal with me instead. In the chapter, we do 3 things. We first set out sort of the basics of sort of the economic theory of crime, as developed by Gary Becker and subsequent authors. We then turn to the reentry labor market, right? So we look at people who have similar characteristics to the jail and prison population, see how they do, see what the discrepancies are. And then thirdly, we look at a couple of active labor market policies meant to help either people reentering or people in the more sort of low-skilled chunk of the labor market generally. So I'm going to talk about all 3 of these for about a minute and a half. So in the economic theory part, we simply explain how do economists think about recidivism, how do economists think about crime. This is pretty rational choicey, but it because of that does emphasize, I think, some of the costs and benefits that are often not emphasized in the public debate, certainly not by people who on many other issues sympathize with that sort of rational choice viewpoint, right? So it teaches us that fines are transfers, whereas prison time is not a transfer. That doesn't help anyone. There's a fine directly does in a different way. It helps us understand the cost of destroying human capital, I think, in a way that is not always as palatable to some audiences. Than when it's put in these more sort of harsh economic terms. We talk about that, and then we say, okay, so how can we quantify the human capital that's getting lost here? How can we quantify the room for improvement? How can we set expectations? And so in the second part of the chapter, we talk both about how to prepare for reentry. We've talked about that a lot today, so I'm going to ignore it for now. And we talk about the labor market that people who are released from jail or prison face. And so we say, well, look, this population is overwhelmingly male. It's pretty young. 2/3 or so are 2/3 are below 40. And there's only a small subset has any college education. A lot of people are high school dropouts. Right? Then we say, look, you have to be realistic in setting expectations, and a group with that characteristics without a criminal record or having gone through the criminal justice system does not have the same outcomes as the sort of median member of the population. And so we try to create sort of a placebo group of workers with those same characteristics. And we see, look, of that group, only about 2/3 works. And we say, what is the equivalent number for the population of interest here? And it's significantly small. It's about 1/3. So, right? So that's the gap that we're talking about. As a test, this is survey evidence is not, I don't know how reliable it is, but that 2/3 does seem to look somewhat similar to the pre-incarceration record of the population that after release we see employed only 1/3 of the time. So then we say in the third part, how can we use labor market policy to get that number up? And we specifically look at minimum wage increases and at ban-the-box policies, which were discussed briefly earlier today. And we lay out what we know about the benefits of those policies. But we specifically focus on the trade-offs of, now look, obviously some people are helped if you redistribute jobs toward them. Those other people will be harmed by them. Policymakers have to be cognizant of those trade-offs. And the same for raising minimum wage, which will draw more people in the labor force. It will help the people who receive statutorily higher wages, but it'll also perhaps reduce employment for certain subsegments of the labor market. And that's sort of the basic material we cover in the chapter. And we can talk more about all of that during the discussion.
Thank you. Will, good to see you.
Good to see you, Gerard. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. So I thought what I would do just for a few minutes is talk a little bit about the Center for Employment Opportunities and just put what the role of our organization does in context of today's discussion. And then I think go into a little bit of what I talk about in the chapter in terms of just some of the different barriers that not just the participants that come to CEO, but I think generally anyone coming home from incarceration or even beyond that, people that just have a criminal history oftentimes face in terms of not just finding employment, but oftentimes staying connected to a job over the long term. But I think before that, just one thing that I'm really glad has come up already several times throughout today's discussion is one, just I think the humanity, and that we can't forget about that. There's a lot of statistics and evidence that sits within the criminal justice space, and it's extremely important in terms of identifying what programs can be effective and what cannot. But I think one thing through my own work, but also I think at CEO and many other organizations, that there's not a one-size-fits-all solution within this field. And that a lot of that is because each person is their own unique individual, and it's creating, I think as John had said earlier, sort of a comprehensive set of options in terms of, based on an individual's unique needs and other factors, how they can be, channeled into or connected with the right types of programs. And so for CEO, where we see ourselves within that much bigger field of reentry is we work with men and women who have been recently released from incarceration. They usually come to our organization, within 3, maybe 6 months at most of coming home. And they also have been assessed with some of the most significant or high risk factors in terms of recidivating. And so, an average participant in a lot of CEOs programs, has not just one, but oftentimes multiple felony convictions. The average sort of math and literacy skills are about a 7th to 8th grade level. And so when we look at it that way, because oftentimes some of our participants have a diploma, but they're not able to perform at that level. And then more often than not, the large majority of them have never had any prior formal work experience. And about 50% now are young adults between the ages of 18 and 25. So even before they, were incarcerated, the odds that they were facing more often than not were significant. And one thing that we don't lose sight about at CEO oftentimes is that it's sort of the fact that they were incarcerated is the only way that they're able to actually connect to our program in the first place. And to come to CEO, you have to be referred by your parole or probation officer. And we work extremely closely with the correction systems in 6 different states now across the country. And it's really important because we know from a lot of independent evaluation that the program is most effective with people that have much higher risk factors. And so that's where we're working with parole and probation to ensure that we can reach the individuals that are going to benefit most greatly from our program. And so how that program works is as someone comes to CEO, they enroll and they progress through a week-long life skills orientation course that we call Pathway to Employment. And really we're focused on a few things in that course. First is helping them just get the right identification that they need to actually be employable. I mean, a lot of people still, I think even with the growing discussion around reentry, don't always appreciate that when you're coming home, you definitely don't have a driver's license, but even access to a birth certificate or a social security card is extremely difficult oftentimes. And so while our staff are helping navigate that bureaucracy, they're going through 5 days of work with other peers that have just enrolled in the program, really preparing for what to expect in a work site, in a workplace environment, and how to, get along with other colleagues that they're going to be working with on that work site, taking direction from a site supervisor or some other type of supervisor, and really focusing on just some of those core basic soft skills or executive function skills as oftentimes people refer to them. And it's critically important because, as I was saying, the large majority of the men and women that we work with have never had the opportunity to actually be in a situation or a series of opportunities to kind of recognize and practice just how critically important those are. But as they learn those, even within that first week, you start to see the confidence that's building in them. And so then once they graduate from that course, CEO immediately hires them as our own employees. They're put on our payroll. We run payroll for about 500 plus people every day. It's a pretty amazing feat in of itself. But they get a pair of steel-toed work boots, a CEO work ID, and the very next day they can plug into one of the 70 to 80 transitional work crews that we operate across the country, where 3 to 4 days a week, 7 hours a day, on a team of about 5 to 7 individuals, they're showing up for a job and working alongside peers and working with a CEO employee who's that site supervisor. And what that does is, helps them in a very safe but constructive environment start to build the skills and competence that so many of them have. It's just that they've never been in a situation, I think, to fully recognize and kind of have somebody, help them unlock that potential. And, building into that routine, reinforcing a lot of those very necessary workplace habits. And then in addition to those 3 or 4 days a week, an additional day, they come into our office where they meet one-on-one with their job coach. We're helping them develop a resume, practice interviewing skills. In the states where they can, you can still ask about a conviction, how to answer that question in an interview. And all of this is with the ultimate goal of eventually connecting them into an unsubsidized job in the local economy. And so usually after about 3 to 4 months, every individual moves through the program at their own individual pace. But on average, about 3 to 4 months in that transitional work phase, they hit what we call job start ready. And at that point, we have a team of job developers who have been building a network of relationships with local employers throughout the community, and we're matching, these men and women up with these employers. They're going in the interview, and they're getting hired. But we don't stop there. Once they're hired, what we then do is make sure that for the next year, each of them is assigned or connected with another person on our staff called a retention specialist. And we stay connected with them over the course of that year to help them navigate just numerous different types of barriers that they're going to be confronting, with the ultimate goal of ensuring that they can build that longer-term stability and stay connected to the workforce. And so there's a lot of other components that I think are built into the program. I'm more than happy to sort of dive into the discussion. But I think, our CEO's program is extremely intensive, and a participant on any given week spends about 25 hours with somebody on our staff, if not more, and they're connected to us. And it's that intensity, I think, is in large part of why we can successfully place so many individuals into the job market, but then help them stay connected over the longer term. What I talk about in the chapter, though, is definitely sort of using CEO's model, and I think building on, definitely some of the broader macroeconomic information about the labor market is, even with programs like CEO, the difficulty that so many individuals have in finding employment, and then even beyond that, staying employed, is significant. And we have countless stories of, there's individuals on our program that are qualified for positions, but because of the myriad of occupational licensing bans that exist in states across the country, they're prohibited from, those types of occupations. And I think the other thing that I talk about that's so critically important and definitely builds upon the education theme and that we've been talking about today is that there's just a skills gap. And so many of these individuals have never had the opportunity, even when they were in school prior to incarceration, to develop even some of the most core basic skills. And when you talk to employers and look at labor market analysis, just the demand amongst employers for employees that have soft skills in and of itself is huge. And so making sure that, both at the federal, I think at the state, and even at the local level, that as we look at criminal justice reform, and especially within reentry, there's a lot of existing systems that are in place, the workforce development system, just to name one, that have tremendous opportunity to be much more well-tailored to address some of the needs of individuals coming home from incarceration, or even those that just have criminal histories in a way that we don't right now, that could have significant positive economic impact for the country.
Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon. I'd like to first thank Elizabeth and Gerard for giving me a second chance. I may have been the only author invited to write a chapter and said no, and thought about it for a couple of weeks and called them back, and they said, well, you can't write that one, but you can, if you're open, write a chapter that would focus on innovation and new opportunities. And my reluctance initially, which is a combination of Jody and Linda, one is, as Gerard mentioned, I wrote my dissertation on prisons, the evolution of prisons in America back in the early 90s, in addition to having several family members that were incarcerated from a small neighborhood right here in Washington, D.C. And the combination of what it means to grapple with this personally and go deep from an intellectual standpoint, in which it was a 3-year project, and to project out what I learned going in and out of prisons, interviewing over 100 men that came from mostly low-income communities in the Boston area, it was quite depressing. And fortunately, when I finished my dissertation, I came back home, which is here in D.C. I attended the University of District of Columbia, which in the 80s through the 90s had a national blue ribbon prison higher education program. They had associate's, bachelor's, and master's degrees. At the peak of the program, there were 1,600 men taking postsecondary courses. And the recidivism rate was less than 12% for that program, in a complex that housed about 16,000 men. I came back after grad school to take over that program, which was underfunded and essentially went under in 1996. And the prison system in D.C. was farmed out to Corrections Corporation of America. I was swept up into the charter school movement as a result of that. Helped to found a residential boarding school here in D.C. and ran it for a couple of years. And so one of the things that informs my chapter is the school reform movement. And I've been, education reform more broadly in the last 20 years has been the focus of my life. And doing it at the post-secondary level in a way that we make quality, affordable, higher education accessible to people who typically don't have access to it. So one of our partners is Jody Lowen and the Prison University Project, which we're excited about. We also work with faith-based organizations that, believe it or not, there are a lot of people out there that don't like online education because of the content. And so we have faith-based partners that curate the materials that Christian and other denominations receive online in a way that is more comfortable for them. We've done the same thing in China, had a wonderful conversation over lunch about ways to penetrate what's called the Great Firewall of China, about providing low-income Chinese and citizens around the world quality education. And so what we're attempting to do here, someone said earlier, I do believe is a microcosm of a much bigger movement around accessibility and affordability and quality. So the way I approached the chapter was to think about it from both a macro, meso, and micro level. My charge was to identify entrepreneurs that were doing great work. And for me, it was an opportunity to compare and contrast where things were, from my perspective, in the early 90s and where they are today. And I will say to you, I think it's been a sea shift. There wasn't communities like this to be found. And you'd have to go far and wide to find people that were doing the work, once again, at every level. There was fragmented work being done, but today I see signs of scalable solutions, which I think is going to be really important for what I would call criminal justice reform, both in and outside of prisons, where we're not just helping, and God bless everyone who's touching small numbers of people and families and communities, but how can we take them to a level where they can be more impactful? So the chapter gave me an opportunity to do that. First thing I discovered, and I get pretty technical about terminology, was something that was fundamentally different today than 20 or so years ago, which was the use of returning citizens. And so I have a section that talks about redefining the terms of the debate and the standards for success. And I would argue, and I do argue in the paper, that at best, the vast majority of individuals who are incarcerated were second-class citizens. And we need to provide an opportunity for all Americans to be first-class citizens. That's quality education, it's employment, it's just other basic tenets of citizenship. And to say that returning citizens are coming back to something that they didn't have before they left, I think misses the mark. The second thing that struck me, and which is true then and now, is the use of recidivism as the measure of success. We celebrate people not failing versus a standard that they win. And I think changing the game, not only for corrections personnel, as many of you mentioned, but even parole and probation officers and others on the outside that keep score in a way that could be done differently, with the goal, once again, that we help people over some period of time reach a status that comes with everything that's implicit in a democracy. And there are a lot of hidden barriers that we don't talk about. We assume that because people become gainfully employed, may have wonderful educational experiences and some other opportunities, that's enough. And I think a couple of the previous panelists started to hint at, what it's like to live under the shadow of incarceration, though you've done everything necessary to redeem yourself. So there's a section there. There's a short history of prisons I talk about. Glad to see that we've got, Quakers in the house. For the record, Quakers are the founders of prisons in the world, the Pennsylvania Quakers. And when the Quakers founded prisons in the early 1800s, it was with a goal of reflection and reformation. And if you look at the old designs of prisons, there's a tower, it's called the panopticon. And panopticon means the all-seeing eye. And so the goal was to basically watch a person. Sentences were indefinite. They could be a week, they could be a month. It was whatever it took for you often to shake your alcoholism, any other kind of social issue you were attempting to address, just to detox. Some cases you were considered homeless was a crime. And so to give people housing and an attempt to find employment was really the purpose of prisons. And then over the course of history, as many others have spoken to, they've become something fundamentally different. And I concluded that I thought I would use the word desocializing, but I thought dehumanize. It took me 3 years to figure out that that's what it was. And I believe that's what it is today, but it has the potential as a major institution in our society to be something different. And I think the most important part of the work that I hope those of you who read the book, and specifically this chapter, will appreciate is, and I really benefited from finding people at all levels who were doing work that was unprecedented 2 decades ago around entrepreneurship. And in the program, there's a description of a man named Kenyatta Leo, who's a wonderful graduate of Prison University Project, who has come out and just done phenomenal things. As that brief description talks about, they're taking coding into prisons in California with a goal of spreading it, coupled with entrepreneurship. Across America, they started the first coding entrepreneurship program in a women's institution, proud to say, on the heels of what's been said about the lack of resources and opportunities for women that are incarcerated. And they are aware of that opportunity. There's wonderful policy changes that are occurring, where there is a program in the Alameda County area is where I live, and I focus the work here only because of time and resources. I wanted to understand what's happening in a concentrated area. So Kenyatta's work, and because he's based there, is pretty profound. There is a wonderful program that stems from, in California, they are piloting an initiative in 5 counties. Alameda County is one of them. That's called Convict but Delay Sentence. And essentially, an individual commits a crime. If a judge and a prosecutor comes together, they can place them in a program called the Reset program. It takes about 1 year to 3 years to complete the program. Extremely holistic residential program that has wonderful elements, I think many of you would appreciate in a truly holistic program. It's established and run by a guy who was superintendent of schools in Prince George's County and in Los Angeles County. So 2 large American school districts, and his takeaway was John Deasy is his name. And John will tell you that the thing that disturbed him most as a career educator is that sizable numbers of young people, particularly the high school level, would disappear. And they'd reappear. And he'd say, where you've been? And most of them were in the criminal justice system in some capacity. So he's committed the balance of his life to addressing that population. And so upon completion, you have your records completely expunged. Employment, housing, a lot of critical elements, and relationships and family management are big parts of that program. And those are things that are happening kind of on a micro level, or what I would argue as a meso level programs. And one other I highlight in the book is a organization called Sprocket, which is attempting to codify all the services that exist in the Alameda County area in such a way that a participant can assess what their needs are, and the application tells them where the resources are across the county. The beautiful thing about Sprocket, in addition to providing these incredible services, is that it helps to create what I call an ecosystem. And that may be one of the biggest flaws in most parts of the country, though there are individuals and organizations that are doing incredible work. It's fragmented. There are gaps beyond their ability to fill. And to the extent that as part of a movement, we can come up with a model so people understand what it looks like comprehensively and where they fit into it and where the gaps are from the standpoint of creating something that's more holistic, to use that term. And there are a few other sections, and I'm done.
The disco. All right. Thanks a lot. So I'll start with Stan first. So Stan, those of us who are conservatives and Republicans tend to want to make sure that we look at life through the lens of empiricism. There's a role for that. You mentioned Ban the Box. You've had a chance to write on that topic. Tell us about your research, what you found, and maybe what others are saying that may be opposite.
Sure. So the last few years, I've seen a lot of counties and states and some private sector actors as well, and the use of questions about people's criminal history in the early stages, certainly, of application processes. Now, in some sense, the goal of that decision is to redistribute jobs from people without criminal records toward people with criminal records. That's, people don't like it when I put it that way, but that's the way that policy is supposed to work. And so, in response, there have been a number of evaluations of whether those policies work as intended, and what groups end up gaining and losing. My own work with the same co-author, Danny Shoag, suggests that those policies do indeed work as intended, and that employment goes up certainly in high crime areas and it's harder to get directly at people with criminal records because of the available large-scale data, but so that those policies certainly seem to work. So that is good. There's a number of other studies that are a little more skeptical, and so the skepticism comes in two flavors, basically. One type of skepticism says, well, these policies may work, but they harm people who are less likely to have criminal records, especially the people who are otherwise most comparable in terms of demographics to the people who gain from these policies. So there's work by Jennifer Doliak of UVA and Amanda Egan. No, Jennifer Doliak and Hansen.
Rutgers.
No, that's a different paper. But anyway, Jennifer Doliak and a co-author. Yep. I've never met the co-author in person, so I obviously have to forget his name. And so they say, well, look, this is all fine, but it harms younger African American and Hispanic men who are, less likely to have criminal records, but that we don't want to make public policy that goes out of its way to harm their chances in the labor market. So that skepticism, I think, that's certainly something to be concerned about. There's other work by people who are worried that by removing information about applicants, there will be more aggressive racial profiling because you don't have these sort of objective indicators of what some employers will see as good character than you had beforehand. And so those two lines of skepticism exist. Those are the choices we have to make. If you're trying to help a certain group, if some of it is redistribution, then you're going to be redistributing from someone else, but that shouldn't necessarily keep you from implementing the policies, I think.
One of the points he mentioned, even within the conservative Republican movement, there are multiple ideas and debates amongst this. It's just not Democrat versus Republican, it's intra-party debates on this as well. And Jennifer Doliak was part of a group of scholars we pulled together. A couple of other scholars here were part of that as well. So, Will, very good background about the work that you do. You open your chapter up with a very interesting story. Want to share? Or?
No, definitely.
Yeah.
So I didn't put this in the opening statement, but about 10 years ago, I pled guilty to a federal conspiracy charge. And, in my work today, I really use my own story prior to that conviction, but post-conviction, to draw a really, different contrast compared to the majority of the people, not just in CEO's program, but I think just generally caught up in the system. I was very fortunate the judge took leniency, and I did not serve any time incarcerated. But I still have a felony conviction. And some of what I talk about in the chapter, though, is even prior to the conviction, the life that I was able to lead and the opportunities that were made available to me just because of who I am, the family I come from, the education that I was able to, have, already puts me at so much greater advantage as compared to a lot of the people that we see coming into CEO's program every day. Mm-hmm. And so the conviction only exacerbates that problem. And so, after I walked out of court, I had 2 years of community service, and 2 years probation and some community service that I had to do basically, which was a walk compared to, what I could have been facing. What really allowed me to rebuild a career in a relatively quick period of time was, supportive family, financial means. But I think the other thing that I really talk about is just the social network. I had a lot of people that, despite, the national prominence of the story, you can pop my name into a search engine and you're going to find a lot of news stories pretty quickly. But, that went to bat for me. And so, throughout that entire time, I was actually only unemployed for about 3 months. And, some of the jobs that I had, especially between my plea hearing and my sentencing, which was about a 10-month period, I was working as a gardener because it was, while my sentence was up in the air, I didn't know whether or not I could actually go to, if I was going to go to prison, I was sort of untouchable. But, I was married and my wife, with her job, could support us. So I never faced homelessness. I never faced food insecurity. And so many of the individuals that come to CEO or just are caught up in the system more broadly, I think the last panelist, did an extremely eloquent job of this is, the way we're going to really fix the reentry system is by more people recognizing just front and center from a more personal perspective just how difficult the process is. And a lot of people that are in CEO, they work on our transitional work crews 7, 8 hours a day, and they leave the work site and they don't know where they're going to sleep at night. And I tell everybody, think about the fact if you were showing up to work or you were leaving this conference today not knowing where you were going to sleep, how focused you're going to be on whatever your job responsibilities were at that time. So it's, there's obviously a lot more built into that, but I think, Gerard, when we started this conversation, over a year or more ago, it's those contrasts that I think, really paint a picture. And it's even in the neighborhood that I live in. Some of my neighbors know that I have a conviction, others don't. And it's really interesting, even now when I tell people for the first time, the reactions I get. Mm-hmm. And those are barriers, too, that people face. I'm just very fortunate that I've got a support system around me that, protects me against a lot of that, whereas a lot of other individuals don't. And so just to close, I think, one of the things that we're doing at CEO more and more now is we serve, over 5,000 people a year come through our door across the country. And we're building out much more of a storytelling project because every single one of those individuals has their own unique life. But one amazing young man was just profiled in the New York Times in their giving section last week. And, he came to us at the age of 24, had been incarcerated for a few years, had bounced around to a couple of jobs. And he remembers, when he thought CEO is a scam at first. He was like, when he was hearing about it, he's just like, this is kind of too good to be true, how you can connect somebody into the workforce. But what he really attributes to the program was that we helped him feel comfortable in his own skin. That's one of his direct quotes. And he's an IT specialist at Vice Media, a national, media production company now. And it was through a partnership that we struck with Vice to kind of look at, how we could break down this stereotype of, individuals that have been incarcerated don't have talent. And, you know, we're looking to grow it a lot, but it's, I think when, you know, and this is what I love about AEI's work, is when people are given the opportunity, I think you're constantly, you know, rewarded in the fact that they can just thrive.
So Tom grows up here. For those of you who can't see, that was Linda from the second panel. So Tom, from DC, I believe first UDC graduate to earn a PhD from Harvard in government. You decide to return to your hometown to work in a prison education program. We put a pin there. Move to 2017, you're meeting with people who are innovators in the space. What are some of the challenges for innovators who you've worked with? You mentioned Sprocket. Joe Kwong was part of our group in Baltimore. What are some of the challenges for someone who wants to enter this space as an innovator and an entrepreneur, whether it's social or economic?
Well, ironically, I have a list of organizations that I've identified across the country that are doing really phenomenal work to address the biggest challenge within the system is a threat to security. Others have referenced it, and essentially what it means is, you know, any attempt to do something that could be considered progressive within a prison or jail context it has to confront a culture that resists innovation. And so the internet, for example, is an incredible resource to people around the world, and there are devices that are being developed. And fortunately, there is a representative here from the American Prison Data System, ARDI, whose the organization's on my list to interview, that they've cracked that code. So they have devices that are now being used in multiple prisons across the country. They have an internet solution that provides students access to restricted data, and I think that's one big piece of it. It's cracking the cultural code within the system, and then on the outside, I think as others have referenced, I believe we live in a world where there are unforeseen opportunities. And I like the example of coding, for example, because the biggest fear most people have about an ex-offender is that they're violent. There's something that could make the work environment uncomfortable. I think there are work solutions that can address that as well, working remotely, and that's where coding, and I think other employment opportunities on the horizon could solve that equation. And it allows people to basically rebrand themselves, which is a big part, I believe, of the transition process, that whatever you were, it will take time to prove to family members, friends, and even strangers that you can be something else. And how do we put people on a path that gets them there? So they're building credit along the way. And hopefully that credit, once again, translates into full citizenship at some point. But I would say that those are the two big obstacles in and outside of prison as I understand them. And fortunately, we're on the cutting edge of technology and other innovations that can help.
You mentioned technology, subject we didn't spend a great deal of time on. For all three of you, what role can technology play? I guess, Stan, does it make the economics work for us? For you, Will, does it help you reach more men and women? And Tom, does it open up more access? And then we'll open it up to a Q&A for the audience.
Tom, you want to go first?
That's a good hint, Tom. You should go first.
That way I have a little more time to think about my answer. You know what I'm thinking about.
Good picked on Will.
Yeah, there you go.
No, that's my pleasure. No, I think when it comes to accessibility, one of the things that, you know, from a university president standpoint, with an online university that receives a great deal of attention because we're doing something fairly creative, I would qualify it to say that not everyone benefits from online learning. So I think there's some hybrid models that use technology and elements of a traditional education that are important to note. And I think that would be true of not only education, but employment and other sectors that could benefit from technology, but should not do it at the expense of traditional best practices.
So I can go. I can go a second now. I have like 7.5 sentences. I agree that there's I think at least 3 areas in which technology can be helpful, but can also be a double-edged sword of kinds. So first, on the education side, the existence of online education opens up room for much cheaper programs for much larger numbers of people than traditional settings, but obviously don't necessarily work for everyone, don't work as well, and there's a risk that they will crowd out more traditional programs. The second one is, I think that there's some room for recreating some of the social ties that Will emphasized earlier through online networks, but again, those can't fully replace traditional social networks, but can play a role there. You could have people volunteer at a distance, and then thirdly, there is, as Tom mentioned earlier, there's room for non-traditional work setups, like working from home, working from a distance. In addition, I think that there is still to some extent unfulfilled promise, but there's hope that new technologies can just make labor markets function more smoothly generally, with room for people to take on smaller jobs that don't require direct, regular, full-time employment. Also to just regain work experience, regain the kind of softer skills that Will emphasized. So I think I think the third area is probably the one where technology is the most unqualified gain, but in all 3 of those areas, I think there's some promise.
I would agree completely. I mean, and to put a little bit of a different perspective on it, I think technology can also just help all of us, both as advocates and practitioners in our work. At CEO, we've been extremely fortunate where some of the funding we've received has helped us bolster our technology. So now, one of the core aspects of the program in that transitional work phase is at the end of each day, the site supervisor sits down with each of the 5 to 7 men and women and gives them one-on-one feedback on about 7 different performance metrics. And before, that was in a little paper book called Passport to Success, and it was kind of every day and people could track their progress. The challenge we had was as we continued to grow, we couldn't take all of that data and sort of mash it and crunch it. Well, now we can, because it's all up on a mobile platform, on an app that every site supervisor has. Obviously, it's anonymous data, but we can start to crunch kind of, from a performance perspective as an organization, what sites are maybe seeing better performance than others, what are different practices that we're employing in certain places versus others that are more, helpful. But I think the other place where technology has really been a game changer for us is we have a significant constituent voice project where in every lobby of every office that we have, there's multiple iPads where participants can provide anonymous feedback about the program. And it's terrific feedback about how we can do better. And then, especially as we've had more young adults in the program, we put out text messaging polling almost on a weekly, if not more than once a week basis, asking questions about what's working, what's not working with the program. Mm-hmm. And it's helped us change even small things, like in some of our sites, the work crews were starting at 7 a.m. and people were just like, come on, why? And even our own employees were kind of like, why we got to do this? So we moved it back to 8, and it's all of a sudden it kind of engagement, shot up, and it was just, none of us want to show up at 7 a.m. at our work sites. And so, but again, technology was what allowed us to really start being able to gather a lot of that. And for an organization that, is built around a performance management culture, it's just continued to help us up our game.
So I guess I should apologize to a couple of you who I had arrive at 7 a.m. to do an interview. So take that as my apology. What we're going to do is open it up for our last round of questions. Again, identify yourself and ask a question, either one person or others. So we will start this side of the room, and I'll work my way over. Let me go with a guest we have up here front, and then we'll go to you.
Okay, can I ask two questions? One is quick and the second one. Is Sprocket an app that they're developing or?
Yeah, Sprocket's the name of the organization. The concept behind Sprocket is that for transitioning citizens, they've got all these little pieces in their lives that are out of sync. And the goal is to build an app that syncs up not only the educational, employment, but the substance abuse, the housing, and the other resources that are necessary. They've got some modest funding from the county, and they're beginning to, once again, catalog all the resources that are pretty rich in Alameda County and sync them up in a way that's helpful for the end user, but it also allows criminal justice officials who are monitoring their transition to basically see that they are making a lot of progress. So we don't wait for some reoffense. Instead, they're building credit around all the small things that they do from day to day, week to week over a significant period of time that makes a big difference if they do have a hiccup.
And if you go to my webpage, the University of Baltimore, type in Joe Kwong. He's actually one of the presenters, and he talks about his program.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. So my second question, which is to all of you or anyone who wants to answer, really these conversations are always challenging for me because I'm always thinking about how do we really incorporate prevention and reform in the same conversation, but we always want to separate them. So I'm wondering if you've seen some good examples where reform groups and education groups have worked collaboratively. I mean, let's just say like literacy, where we know it's a key indicator for high school dropout. We know that's a key indicator for future incarceration. Have you seen some practices where criminal justice reform efforts have really worked with education reform efforts to put more pressure on our elementary and middle and high schools to really do more work around the skills gap and around literacy, so that we're talking about a prevention and reform effort at the same time and not always separating these discussions?
Yeah, I'd say, I mean, that's a great observation, and I think perhaps implicit in any reform effort, in the minds of those who create the programs, it's a prevention effort as well. So, for example, in Oakland, there's something called the African American Male Achievement Initiative, and young men are recruited into the initiative, which is citywide, in their 9th grade year, with the goal of giving them the types of supports that could lead to academic success. I don't think they would call it prevention. They call it something else, but it certainly has that element. So perhaps though people don't speak of the two in the same sentence, I think it's implicit in most very progressive initiatives.
There's something supported by the federal government called the Challenge Program, and it's to take what we call, I would say, youth placed at risk in programs in a residential setting, X number of weeks. The goal is for you to live there, to bring in mentors. There's a military component, although there's no mandatory military comment or not conviction. Commitment, I'm thinking conviction. Yeah, commitment while you're there. Former president of the Urban League, Hugh Price, has a great book on that, of bringing public, work to a play. Here in D.C., the Maya Angelou Charter School was founded in part to work with juvenile justice. And then within the traditional public school system, you have a number of public-private partnerships. D.C. is definitely one, Richmond Public Schools as well. So as I think about this, there's probably a place for us to highlight more of those. We chose here at AEI to focus on adults, so there's a great deal of the juvenile justice work that Jennifer's doing that we haven't touched. Part of it is my work, former Secretary of Education, educator. I wanted to work here and work backward, because the people who we've talked about here that are incarcerated today, I saw them in middle school. And so I'm working backward.
I think generally, certainly a lot of public policy is focused on what brings you in contact with the public sector in the first place, right? So there's always going to be somewhat isolated silos around education, around criminal justice, but also, for example, around long-term unemployment or around trade adjustment. But a lot of they're somewhat similar policies in all four of those areas. And I think, the interagency interactions and cross-functional interactions are what they are. It's difficult, but I agree that there's definitely room for improvement there, but I think in all 4 of those areas.
See, Judy and Jody, and then we'll go to Linda. Go ahead.
Really appreciate all these presentations. I just wanted to flag something that kind of came up in each of your presentations in a different way, and that is the issue of social capital. And I just wanted to flag that, I mean, in my role, having been a teacher running the program at San Quentin now, I'm constantly encountering situations where I am called upon to vouch for our students in some way. And I'm realizing that vouching is really the transfer of social capital, right? That's really what it is. And I have a lot of questions that go beyond the scope of the time and space we have here about what produces, who becomes a voucher and who is vouched for, right? And anyway, but I just want to point out that I think one of the great values of higher education, specifically face-to-face, classroom-based instruction in a prison setting, is that production and transfer of social capital. I don't believe you can ever come close to the level at which that occurs through technology. The gold standard to me is being able to say, I have known this person for 5 years. Or I've known this person for a year. I worked with him or her for a semester. And I just want to point that out because I really think the project that we're all engaged with is not only, like I think Will pointed out, some of the folks, most of the folks in these systems never had much social capital, never had social networks or professional networks that they could draw upon to help them navigate and sort of make their way in the professional world. But they are, due to their conviction status, they have a sort of anti-capital, right? It's not just that they have none. Now they have, the presumption is that they're untrustworthy and unhireable. And so the burden on all of us to generate, they can't just have as much. Now they need actually more. Now they need people who folks will believe, even though he's got a sex offender, he's on the sex offender registry, I can still trust him and rent him an apartment. You know, I mean, this is no joke, but I just wanted to flag it because I appreciated that each of you really talked about that in a different way, and I just wanted to kind of call our attention back to that.
One thing to just build on that, I mean, when I came to CEO, you know, one of the most interesting things about the program is, you know, the fact that we hire every individual as our own employee, and then through that transitional work phase, they're building a work history so that when we are actually matching them up with employers, one of the biggest sort of selling points is the employer. It's kind of employer to employer, and we say, look, this person's got a perfect attendance record. Like, their commitment on the work site has been, you know, beyond amazing, and we're going to vouch, and we can, you know, guarantee, you know, that you are hiring, you know, a top-notch individual. And the other thing that we do is it's not just out of, you know, the goodness of somebody's heart, but I mean, we make the business case to each one of our employer partners of, you know, this individual's contribution, like, you're going to see benefits in terms of your business overall. But it's definitely, I can't tell you how many times that comes up when our job developers, you know, can say, look, no, this person's like, they're getting a W-2 from us. They're a full-time employee of CEO, and that really resonates with, you know, the small business owner or other, you know, HR hiring managers that are kind of like, okay, y'all definitely recognize, you know, this whole business-to-business process.
So let's do this. Linda, you have a comment you want to make?
Yeah, actually,
And then I'll go to one other person for a question. Go ahead.
I was saying, in response to the last question,
Mm-hmm.
My Brother's Keeper initiative that the Obama administration initiated, but are now being run under the foundation, did exactly what you're suggesting, which is don't just think about the negative consequences, start with the early indicators, work on all the improvements. The horrifying complement to that was a report I read, I think, over the summer, of a private prison institution that was researching future prospects by looking at third grade literacy scores.
Third grade to be particular.
And there's also a big after-school component nationally and locally that supports this as well. You will have the pleasure of having the last question.
Oh, my.
No pressure.
My name's John Linton, and I wanted to ask about, with regard to the ban the box discussion, if you care to extend that to the discussion about ban the box and college admission. I live in Maryland, and we're having some active discussion about whether we should have that type of policy back and forth last year and again this year. And I wonder if some of the research you're referencing with regard to employment, you feel that carries forward on the discussion of ban the box and college admission.
I would think so. I think in certain ways I would say yes, but there are two, I think, differences. One, I think the scaring away effect is more important in the college setting, and the second one is that I think college admissions committees are more cognizant of potential, racial profiling, statistical discrimination concerns, but because it's one of the factors that go into the process anyway. So I think the concerns that people raise are less of an issue for the college admissions process. It seems unlikely that universities that adopt ban-the-box policies are going to admit half the number of African Americans or Hispanics the year after they admit those policies, right? Which is what people are worried about. So I think the results probably carry over, and if anything, they're more positive for the college setting.
And so one quick follow-up, and then we will end the panel. Andrea's chapter, in fact, addresses some of the concerns you just raised. When we've had conversations, she's educating me on some of the aspects about how do you do the transfer. And that's something that we're also seeing with Elizabeth, the people who we're interviewing. If you want to accept the students, what does that mean? So there's something higher education can learn from the Pell Pilot Program on how to make this transition take place. And there's also several universities, Howard University is one, Columbia is another, who signed a university pledge to open their doors in more unique ways to people who are returning. So some of that work is taking place. So with that, let's give a round of applause to our fourth panel. Rather than going to the podium, I'll just make my closing remarks here. First of all, I want to thank all of you who are here in person. I want to thank all of you who've been able to watch us online. Again, it will be available within 24 hours. I want to say thank you to all of you for just thinking this is important enough to have a conversation. For the first panel that took a look at the case for prison education, Ames laying out a case legally on what has happened, really 1800s moving forward. He's an optimist, and so some of us will keep that optimistic look that there could be something taking place there. I want to thank Jody for her work, the Prison University Project, particularly 17 years of experience seeing the good, the bad, and the ugly of this work, but also remaining sure that she's working with people from different parts of the world and ideologies to say this kind of work matters. Nancy for her work, particularly for allowing us to be the venue for you to talk about the Platinum Model. And so we look forward to more research there. We then move over to a second panel. We're going to look at programs and policies. I want to thank Andrea again for working with us on this project, for the work that she's doing, not only with Jessup, but also the research and particularly the role that she's playing with the Second Chance Pell Pilot Program. I want to thank Linda, the new one to, again, the AEI family, particularly for the real-world perspective of what it takes to be an administrator in a big city, having to deal with multiple bureaucracies and managing personalities along the way to make this work, particularly using private money and public money. So that's a good public-private partnership. I want to thank Renita for not only the work she's doing, the leadership role in the nonprofit sector, but actually founding a nonprofit to do this work. Researchers can learn a great deal from non-government organizations of what they're doing in the field. We had a great lunch conversation. I want to thank Karen for joining the AEI family as well, and John as well. This is his second time here. But please know that it's not missed on any of us for you to open up your life, your story, and your heart. A lot of reasons you didn't have to do this in front of strangers and also televised. So I want to thank both of you for sharing your story. John spent 32 years in prison, but in 32 minutes shared a story that makes us think very differently. I also want to thank Grant, who is now involved with our work here at AEI. Again, he has a publication that's out and taking a look at prison research across the board. And again, I want to thank our last panel. I want to start with Tom, a DC guy, someone I've known for years, who's saying it's not only important to know reform, but actually going to the school reform movement to learn lessons, because I think there's some cross-pollination that can always take place. Will, I want to thank you also for your personal story, but taking your personal story of tragedy and then turning into triumph and helping hundreds, really thousands of men and women through CEO. And Stan, I want to thank you for being very clear about economics, the role that it should play in our analysis. I will end by saying the best thing that all of us can do in here is to remain open, to have conversations, to agree to disagree, but more importantly, to understand that the only way we're going to really do justice by taking a first step toward closing the dignity divide is by seeing ourselves as assets in a process to change the lives of people for so many years have been seen as liabilities. And with that, thank you for your time.